Hello, everybody. Sound check. Let's hopefully you can all hear me. It's a sad day. It's a very sad day, and I was very surprised by this one. Gonna open with a little poem, and then we'll check out one of Gordon's last videos that I've been meaning to watch. I've been watching a lot of his stuff recently to prepare to podcast with him to have him on when he had a minute from all his adventures, and uh, and so it goes. And so it goes. Can you hear me? I think so. All right. This is a poem by William Blake called A Little Boy Lost. Naught loves another as itself, nor venerates another so, nor is it possible to thought a greater than itself to know. And Father, how can I love you, or any of my brothers more? I love you like the little bird that picks up crumbs around the door. The priest sat by and heard the child. In trembling zeal he seized his hair. He led him by his little coat, and all admired the priestly care. And standing on the altar high, lo, what a fiend is here, said he, one who sets reason up for judge of our most holy mystery. The weeping child could not be heard. The weeping parents wept in vain. They stripped him to his little shirt and bound him in an iron chain, and burned him in a holy place where many had been burned before. The weeping parents wept in vain. Are such things done on Albion's shore? Well, I'm at a loss for words about this one. On the heels of Peter J. Carroll, I watched the video Gordon did on his passing, and it was very affecting. It talked about how Gordon had sort of gotten to live his dream life, winding up in an apartment in the same town where Peter J. Carroll's business was, his window overlooking the alley where Peter J. Carroll went into work or went into his business, and how lucky and blessed he felt to get to go on that adventure in life. And I thought that was very it was just a beautiful thing to get to hear shared. I'm not as familiar as with his work, as that's why I wanted to have him on and get a sense of him. I haven't read his books. Every time someone would tell me to listen to one of his episodes, and they sent it to me or I checked it out, I thought it was always very good. He was an original thinker in a lot of ways, and therefore, of course, necessarily controversial. You can't have original thoughts and not ruffle feathers. I don't know his history very well, other than what I've learned from the recent videos again that I was watching in preparation. Also, again, his takes are very interesting. His sort of the milieu in Western magic that he comes out of is an interesting blend, and I'm not the first to say that. Right? He someone said he built bridges between traditions and ways of practice and forms of spirituality that were not the standard tropes, and that's pretty cool in and of itself. You say Agatha says he created the showling technique, I believe, for supersizing. Oh, very cool. Well, I look forward to learning that. I mean, it's really unfortunate that now he's gone. Is when I'll be diving into his work at as I can and exploring it without having the opportunity to talk to him and hear what his takes are. So I hope that the people who have benefited from all of his teaching and books over the years will share their experiences and what they learned from him, what he helped them with, and how he helped them develop magically and spiritually. That would be something I'd like to hear about from those who knew him and studied with him.
The afterlife of ayahuasca, now that she is long past her peak cultural moment of about 15 years ago, let's say like Graham Hancock and Joe Rogan and so on. Because nothing ever stops, okay? You can still go to the ballet. You can still write a penny farthing if you're a hipster. So she's not going away. Things have a tendency to just continue under different conditions. Foreshadowing alert. In magic, we might call that syncretism. I am back in.
So I haven't checked out any of this video, and how it starts is surprising, needless to say.
The Amazon, and I want to talk about what Western magic
No, I
might
don't
be
think
able to
anyone knows.
learn from ayahuasca's journey so far.
He's been traveling in Peru, and I know as much as anyone. Or well, I don't know. No, yeah. If I hear anything, I'll let you guys know. But you know, I don't want to speculate. This is really taking the wind out of me today. It's been really crazy. It's sort of like that usually, yeah, that doesn't happen a lot. Um, but yeah, I hope. I mean, part of me wants to hope it was in a more exciting way than maybe some just. I don't want to even speculate. Yeah.
And where I suspect she might be going next. Actually, let's start with where I am, because I am in the Amazon, but I'm not on the Amazon. I am on the Ucayali River, which, for all intents and purposes, you might consider the Nile of Shipibo civilization. The Shipibo people have been living along the banks of the Ucayali, which is the upper Amazon and a tributary to the Amazon in many respects. For about 3,000 years, as far as anyone can tell, maybe longer. Today, you can get ayahuasca from a Shipibo or Shipibo trained shaman in Barcelona, in LA, in Cancun, on Kauai, all over the place. But this is where that particular form of ayahuasca ultimately originates. And I think maybe the secret to unpacking the lessons that Western magic might learn from ayahuasca are to be found here, both in terms of how that happened and also potentially.
Yeah, if anyone knows, like, the main people in his community, I assume that he's got a pretty established thing that he's built, and I believe he had a partner or was married. I don't know anything about his personal life, or if he was married to a man or a woman or what. I don't know anything about him. We've talked. He since 2020, I think 2019. We talked on Instagram because I was big on Instagram. That's how I sort of that's where the first platform where I really got up to like 10,000 subs, and then got cloned in shadow banned, and it dropped down to like 5 and whatever. So I stopped really focusing on it. But I would talk to the other people who were also on it a lot during lockdown, and Gordon was one of them, and we would shoot the shit. Though again, I'm not really, yeah, trying to arrange a time for me to come on his podcast or yeah, something. I don't know why it never came together. I mean, also Jake Stratton Kent was like, "Yeah, I'll come on your podcast. Let's do it right away." And I was like, "Oh yeah, give me a few months." I was just before I was going into quarantine. See all these crazy world events that just made life so erratic. Um, and yeah, I look forward to. I'd like to do his sigil courses and all that stuff. I know it's available on his site, so I'll check it out. I really hope his teachings and his particular insights will be brought forward. And I think that he's challenged us with some really interesting questions in his recent videos about how we look at magic, culture, and religion going forward. It's such a loss. This is such a fucking loss.
What happens next? So, how do you get here? You fly in to the capital of the Ucayali province of Peru. So it's named for the river and so on, called Pucallpa. Now, the first time you arrive, beforehand, people will tell you, there's not a lot to do in Pucallpa, and it's kind of a dangerous town, and so on. And to some extent, both of those statements are true. But I love it. There's something beautifully science fiction about it. There are motor taxis everywhere, and I live in a very remote place in southern Tasmania. So the fact that there is, I mean, there's more than one, but the fact that there is one plant-based restaurant is like, oh my God, what is this, Manhattan? This is incredible. But also, this is what you hope exists for you when you start practicing magic as a kid, because there are whole streets and boulevards devoted to vegetalismo, herbalistas, like Mercado Dos, if you ever come, is where you get your, cosas curanderos, your shamanic supplies. And it's just so fun. It's so fun. The people are inevitably lovely. There are some dangerous parts at the edge of town, and like down by the docks, there are places you wouldn't necessarily go out at night, but that's even if you weren't a tourist. That's actually just what it's like here. But during the day, especially which I don't, but like especially if you speak Spanish, I make an effort, and I think that helps. But Pucallpa is the capital in many respects, well, several respects. So obviously, it's the civil and civic capital of the government territory of Ucayali, province, I suppose, or state. But it's also like a tribal capital, because the overwhelming majority of people there are Shipibo and have come in from pueblos and villages and so on. And I remember the first time, maybe it was the second time I came here, and this was after the scamdemic. So I was done.
He just said scammed. Okay. Some people's opinions of him now make sense to me. If I love how he said it without, like, there's no hesitate. Like, this is clearly what he calls it. It has been for a long time. It just rolls off the tongue for him. Pretty sure it's even. I don't even think it's legal to say that word in Canada. Well, if you see in the news today, I mean, he's missing out on the what do they call it? The the new key evidence anyway, it doesn't matter. But yeah, today he's passed on the same day that they found the key evidence, or what would it be called? Not the missing bullet? Is that the turn of phrase? I don't know. My whole crazy weird night of dreams, crazy dreams, traumatic dreams. I don't really know why. I woke up with a burning headache. It's just been a very weird day. Angela says, I really enjoyed all of his older Solomonic Magic podcastings. Those are classics. Cool. Yeah, so I hope his community's making backup archives of these. Like they need to make an archive page of all his stuff, and I mean, we don't have many people like this. We don't have many people like this. Yeah, every night stream's been, I don't remember them clearly necessarily, but I'm up very early, even on nights where I might stay up too late. I've been still getting up at like 5:30 or something some days, and then just having to get to work and feeling odd. But no one knows how he passed in Peru. Yeah, if you watch his recent videos, he was working on a lot of interesting stuff that I was very keen to hear about, and yeah, his bringing together the understandings of folk magic with what we would call classically Solomonic magic or grimoire traditions, just like other spiritualities of the Western world. Well, and the Eastern. He knew the Eastern stuff too, and he was bringing it together with stuff he was learning on the ground in South America. A brave man.
with Australia after being imprisoned in the country for 2 years. And I was kind of playing Are You My Mother with different locations around the world to live in. And I was in ceremony in the Amazon with ayahuasca, and because I like Pucallpa, like I've got friends there, and I like the vibe. And I mean, I don't look particularly glamorous at the moment on account of the 100% humidity, but I actually vibe with this weather. It just doesn't do good visual things for me, you know. And I asked her, like, can I live in Pucallpa? Like, should I look to buy a place outside of Australia in Pucallpa? And she showed me a gross spider's den underground, like a spider tunnel with like a mother spider and all these little icky baby spiders. It was kind of like.
You think he passed in Stormy? How likely is that? I thought it was really safe to do ayahuasca in general. I've never done it.
Like Sheila, but not mean, you know? It was disgusting. And I thought that's a weird thing to say, but she basically said, this is not your nest, right? Like this is a tribal kingdom and you are not a kingdom. And I think she showed it me that way because it was disgusting. It reminded me a year or so beforehand, my brother was teasing his wife for sniffing the diapers, like the nappies of their baby. Because it's gross. Like you're saying, she's a stinky baby. It's gross. And we kind of turned to her and said, do you actually do that? She's like, yeah, I love it. Like, and that energy of like, oh, there was one person in the world who would like that smell. Okay. And it was the mother of that child. So that's what ayahuasca showed me with, very loud bugs out there. So that's what ayahuasca showed me with Pucallpa. It's like, this isn't your nest. Like, this is not for you. I was very disappointed, but she's true. That's correct. Like I've now been back multiple times. I'm like, oh no, I get it. This is not. You can't just show up to, I don't know, like a village in Cameroon and be like, yoo-hoo, I'm a podcaster. Hi. It's like this isn't. You can be a welcome guest, but this is not for you. Anyway, so it's the capital in a economic sense as well. So people come and buy all this stuff there. So all the pueblos up and down the.
You know, it's interesting. I've tried to permanently settle outside of Canada. Well, I've been trying to permanently settle outside of Canada since I was a kid. Not because I don't love Canada. It's amazing. But I've loved the world. I've always loved seeing its variety and definitely wanted to live other places. And the thing that shocked me was, other countries don't have our same sense of hospitality on a permanent basis. You go to small towns, once they realize you're not leaving, things change. And so it sounds like he's been informed of that bit of advice. Like things can change fast. Even when I lived in Galway, Ireland, which is a relatively big city for Europe, I mean, 50,000 people, metro when I was there, 30,000 city center. And the numbers have, I'm sure, gotten bigger since in the last 20 years. But like I lived on Inishmore, which is an island of 800 people. And I was I could definitely see myself having stayed there. I was doing a lot of good work there, if you know what I mean. And making very little money performing as a musician, but actually still saving because cost of living on a little island isn't that much. And you're living the bardic lifestyle, getting properly initiated whilst learning Irish Gaelic every day and stuff like that. But I inquired about staying and they're like, you can, but it's not easy. And I was like, what do you mean? And they're like, well, you know, they might decide that you need to fall off the cliffs in the middle of the night. And so they just throw people off the cliffs sometimes in the middle of the night off Dun Angus, which is this old Roman fort, the furthest western fort into the Western Sea, into the Atlantic Ocean. And it's this, you climb the hills. It's a beautiful tourist location. I would go up there and play my uilleann pipes and people would throw me change on the ground because I was playing for myself in the ferries. I wasn't busking, but people would try and like the Germans, like, here you go. It's like, dude, I'm trying to do a ritual here, leave me alone. But And yeah, I avoided anything serious, but it can get real serious real fast in those in small communities, especially. Yeah. Yeah, Giulio Odie has been invited. He's not interested. I think he does the Satan thing. Am I right? And I made some comments about the Lucifer Satan stuff that he didn't like. Um, I don't know. Or maybe I'm thinking of someone else. No, I think it's that guy. Yeah.
The Ucayali, they'll come and trade. And to get to where I am here, which is Santa Rosa de Dinamarca, and if you're actually just watching along for this video to find out, can you come here? And is this a place that I recommend? The answer to both of those is yes. And I'll obviously have more to say about it, but the link will be below if you would like to make a booking. There is a seal of approval, seal of endorsement.
So, yeah. I mean, I don't know what to say about that. I mean, I don't have a lot to say about people who devote themselves to what what in my practice are evil forces, dark forces. It's interesting to hear their ideas, but there's not much overlap of those circles. You know what I mean? Those circles sort of bounce against each other. And if people want to talk about those ideas on my podcast, I'm going to, discuss the ideas and debate and come at it from my point of view. I'm not just going to be like, oh, well, that's your thing. And that's nice. Right. We've already got that. Like he's been on Glitch Bottle. Glitch Bottle is an interview show where it's like, they're not going to interfere with what the interviewee is saying or sharing or challenge those ideas in a fundamental way. I don't think. But that's what I'm going to do with someone saying that Lucifer or Satan are appropriate things to worship. I'm going to be like, well, tell me why you think that, and see if I can. Yeah, I'm gonna. That's just that's how I approach these topics. It's what's different about the show. Yeah, it's a sad day. We're just seeking closure together, though it might not come from a single live stream. At least didn't know what else to do. Right. Okay. I hear that. I don't think he's an academic. Right.
But I'm going to talk about the difference. This isn't a retreat. I'm going to talk about the difference between them as we move through. So to get here, to get anywhere, really, you leave from the docks. And we take the public bus of the Ucayali River, if you will. We take the ferry that moves people to different pueblos. And it's really fun. This trip we got... Okay, so Mercury, at the time of being here, Mercury is retrograde in Pisces. And that meant my boat got stopped by land, like a land bank, a mud bank in the middle of the river. And then when we got off, my motor...
I feel like I heard Gordon say he was born in 85 at some point, but I could be wrong. That would make him about 40 years old. But I don't know his age.
The taxi got stopped by water. So Mercury retrograde in Pisces is both of those things happening on a journey. I knew that coming here. I always seem to pick exciting moments for, astrologically speaking, for being in the jungle. But like, where else can you put all of that in the bucket? Come on. Anyway, so it's a couple of hours on the boat and you get to your stop. And then it's through the jungle. Then it's through the jungle on a motor taxi. And you will get bogged a couple of times and you may have to get out. Typically, if you come to Santa Rosa, you'll have a bike boy, and he at least one, and he'll be standing on the back. And when you do get bogged, he will jump off and help push the motor taxi. It's amazing. It's really fun being here, but it's just the reality of getting around in the Amazon.
I do. I love that he considers that fun. It's definitely an adventure. I don't know. I would call it fun. I mean, take me on a long hike. Yeah, through a muddy hike, that could be fun. But this is something else. This is another level up. I mean, there's monsters in these forests, right? Monsters. They can just jump out. I think, animals.
This is like towards the end of wet season, so it's actually quite all right. But last year when I was here, not so much. The point of all this is to say that you don't. This isn't Iquitos, which is downriver, a long way downriver. You don't fly in to Iquitos and get on a branded retreat bus and go to your ayahuasca mega retreat, which I think even like Chelsea Handler has been to these big retreats. This is not that. Here you get around on the bus, which is the motor taxi and the boat, and people are just living their lives. They're selling their stuff while you're waiting to leave and carrying mattresses, and it's a more authentic experience, which is an interesting word to use, right? So you get to Santa Rosa de Dinamarca, which is a pueblo. And I want you to think, instead of a retreat, and I've done these, by the way.
Yeah, there's a million ways to die, especially in these countries. I mean, dude, like, look at that hole in the ground. You could fall in that, just whack your head. And then it's so risky. But that's the trade-off when we travel. There is no really safe place. Even when I travel to Western cities, like, oh, dude, when I lived in Belfast for like the first 7-8 months, I walked down apparently the most dangerous streets in the whole place. Where they're like, my friends, when they found out how I was always getting to the venue to perform so quickly, they're like, "How are you getting here?" I'm like, "Oh, I just crossed the freeway and go down Donegal Road." They're like, "Donegal Road, like, and you're not been stabbed yet?" I'm like, I just see the guys with the white tracksuits standing in the doorways and say, "What's up? How's it going, dude?" And they're like, "Oh shit! If it wasn't for you being outgoing and saying words like 'dude' and having a baseball cap on, you'd be a dead man. You'd be dead by now." And I was like, "Really?" They're like, "Yeah." They're just like, "Oh, it's a fucking like lost American who's who doesn't know where he's at." But my friends were all like, no matter whether they were West or East Belfast people, they're like, "Yeah, if we went down that road, we'd be lucky to end up in the hospital." And I was like, "No." Yeah, sometimes you get that bit of luck, but that could have been any one of those days could have been the wrong day for me, and I never would have even known why.
But like when you're in the middle of the rainforest and bathing in waterfalls and so on, I want you to think of this more like a cultural exchange and farm stay. Because whilst you are in the Amazon, there are fields and
Wow, look at that. Like, yeah, that's just nature. There's no roads or houses out there. There's these little shacks here by the river, and then or not even by a river, inland, and then just monsters. Monsters. Lions and tigers and dragons and bears.
it's worked land, right? So if you've ever been to the New Forest in England, that's a good comparison. Where there's forest everywhere, but there's also like whole ass towns and fields and so on in the same area that we would generally consider the forest. And like we say, the countryside, they would refer to the whole thing as la selva, right? Like the forest. This is like the life of the forest is the pueblos and towns and so on. There is still trees here, let me be clear, and you're still moving through thick jungle and so on. It's actually very well managed. More on that as we as we move through. But it's like a cultural exchange and a very different thing that you buy. So in our heads, when we pay the money, we think, oh, because it's like all expenses in the sense that they feed you and they pick you up and they drop you back in Pucallpa and so on. You're like, oh, it's an all expenses trip. It's not. In their heads, I mean, it is all like that's how much you pay. But in their heads, you are paying for the ceremonies with the master shamans. And in order to fulfill them, you are like a guest in their house. So it's that energy where there's you kind of have to remind them, but like a house guest, remind them like, oh, would I please be able to use like a towel, or do you happen to have this that I could use? And they're like, yeah. Like they won't. It's not service like a hotel where it's like, oh, it's a turn down service. But on the drive, I got some mud on. Well, I didn't, but on the motorcycle there was mud on my luggage, and Dale, who's the main guy I talk to here, his wife Zoela's like, "Oh, I'll clean it off for you," and I'm like, "Okay, I don't have anything to clean it." So it's that. It's a you're in their house. You have your own cabana and what have you, but this is all their place, and that's a very different experience to welcome to your room, Miss Handler. Tonight's ceremony will be over there in the private Maloka for you and your friend. It's not that. You show up. And also what that means is like the vagaries of Pueblo life impact what was promised. I have one of the cabanas that has a bathroom in it. Highly recommended. And but the water went out because the water went out for the whole Pueblo because there was a storm and the thing knocked over. And the internet has been terrible this year. Not that it's like high-speed internet, but last year I got like one regular bar of 3G. Now I get maybe 12 or 15 minutes of it a day, just whenever it's beaming in this direction. I don't know, right? Mercury retrograde. I don't care. Like it's not, because it's happening to everyone. It's not like, hey, you sold me this hotel as high-speed internet and hot and cold running water and I don't have them. It doesn't compute like that. You wouldn't say that if you're a house guest in someone's house. If you stayed with someone and be like, yeah, they're working on the internet, it's down. Cool, right? Very different, very different vibe and approach to what it is to be here. And it's magnificent because this isn't retreat center ayahuasca shamanism, right? This is, which is the point I'm building to in this video, the world of vegetalismo or curanderismo. So broadly speaking, what I'm going to call retreat center ayahuasca shamanism focuses specifically on ayahuasca, the plant, in ceremonies. And there's a lot of that here, of course. But when you're on dieta, when you are dieting a specific plant, the ayahuasca is there in the ceremonies to allow those plant spirits to facilitate the arrival of those plant spirits into your energy field, right? So this week that I'm here, there is a bunch of ayahuasca ceremonies, but there's also a regular sequence of different plant ceremonies. So there are baños al vapor, where you have the sacred plants that you're working with cooked into a steam bath, essentially, and then you get covered in a rug and you inhale all of that, which I've actually just had done, which is one of the reasons I look so beautiful at this point. But you also have Dieta de las Plantas, so this is where you consume, and I'm doing Piñón Blanco, but where you have the plant in almost like a wheatgrass shot form of superpowered energy. And you have them regularly along with Baños de las Plantas. And this is a plant bath. And that's usually it's always the plant that you're working with. But for instance, when I first showed up here, they gave me Syrian rue in the plant bath as a cleanser to show up, to cleanse my energy field. And there are different, so wild garlic was in one of my, both the last two baños al vapor. So that's to clear off some of the other energetic stuff. And I also had, you can kind of hear it in my voice, some throat things. This is the difference with Curanderismo and ayahuasca shamanism, is that you are dealing with a body of plant knowledge. And some of it's quite adaptive. So I inevitably had some digestive disruptions, shall we say, after the first ceremony. And so the next morning, they gave me some yerba luisa, which is a tea that I've been drinking every day, even today. So you're responding with what's going on with the plants and their plant knowledge, as well as doing the series of ceremonies to get you here. So a dieta is a process of being isolated and on an extremely restrictive diet. Not for me in the sense that I'm already plant-based. So the food they give me, given that I was on an energetic dieta in the lead up to coming to Peru, I'm like, this is an upgrade to what I was feeding myself, which was essentially fruit for the last like 3 or 4 weeks before I left. But you don't have any salt. You don't have any oil. You don't have any sex with anyone, including yourself. You do not have any debasing media, any of that stuff. And all of this in conjunction with the isolation and the cleansing and the ayahuasca ceremonies is to allow for the plant spirit to grow well in your energy field. That's what you're doing here in Curanderismo. When you go to a mega retreat in Iquitos, now some retreats will give you another plant. Like I've been on a kind of hybrid. It's not in Iquitos. That's where the normies go. The better class of ayahuasca aficionado comes to the upper Amazon, comes to Pucallpa and the areas around here. This is where it's from. I'm teasing, but like it's true. If you've been to Iquitos, I don't mind. It's not like that kind of judgment. You will often find combo plants like, oh, you're here, you want to do this. In the morning, you'll drink that. In the evening, you'll drink ayahuasca. So there are dumbed down, simplified for scale versions somewhere in between retreat center ayahuasca and what it is I'm doing here. And other examples, particularly if you have sat with a Shipibo shaman or Shipibo trained shaman elsewhere around the world, where they'll dress in their cool clothing. They don't do that here, not in this context. You're just in clothes. You're just whatever clothes you happen to be wearing. Like ideally you want to be clean for ceremony, right? But they don't show up in the beautiful kene designs. They show up in like clothes. This is how we're doing this. Some of them, so Mama Rosita, who was like blessed to have her as one of the master shamans here in the master shaman dieta. But she is a Shipibo woman. Like she had a beautiful Shipibo, like white skirt and with patterns and so on it, Icaros. So there's a mix, but you know what I mean. Like you've seen, you might have even been in the ceremonies, but you've seen shamans around the world in their regalia. And I'm not saying that's for performance. Like ritual is ritual, and this is the key thing. Like in the minds of most, the ones I've spoken to about this, like Shipibo, there is a fundamental difference between like ayahuasca shamanism and Curanderismo. Now, ayahuasca shamanism came out of Curanderismo, but I think I nailed it with it's a less sophisticated, more amenable to white tastes, like Chinese food in the 1970s, right? Like I remember being at school with one of the few Chinese kids we had in Newcastle. Plenty of them now, but it's like, yeah, we don't, the thing that you think we eat, we don't eat. Like it is Chinese, yeah, but we don't eat it. It's like that. Okay, like.
Yeah, whenever you have the actual local cuisine, it's always like chicken and rice, no matter where you are in the world, usually. It's like, what do people really eat here? Well, yeah, chicken, rice.
Ayahuasca shamanism is Shipibo, but that's not how they roll. It has its own validity, which is what we're building to here. So that's kind of the difference. Like ayahuasca shamanism is something that you will find for gringos, I suppose, and Curanderismo in a more embedded context, and not just all Shipibo, right? So a good example of this is, and this is another point I'm driving towards. People in Pucallpa, I haven't met a single person, no, that's not true, one. Ruby, who works at the Casa Andina on front desk, she's lovely. I think she's from one of these pueblos because she knew Santa Rosa. And she's been out into La Selva out here to do ayahuasca, but she lives in Pucallpa. every other person I've met who didn't run like an ayahuasca store, like a whatever, they don't like it. They don't do it. I would even say they're afraid of it.
Here's a question for those of you who know Gordon or his work better than me. How would Gordon want to be remembered? What would he want us to take from losing him? Because we like to talk about how big our communities are these days, but in the scheme of things, they're still pretty small. So this loss is felt keenly, as is Peter J. Carroll's, and oh boy, we're in for a lot the next 10 years. Right? We are in for some nonstop devastating losses. I mean, it'd be nice if it took 20 years, but we have a lot of elders these days in our communities. And they really are elders at this point. So I hope this maybe I think this is these moments are good reminders to be present in our present, get and to seize the opportunities we have to learn from the older people. I think that's it. Yeah, well, I'm trying to.
And some of that is colonialism, right? Like, oh, that's what people that's what hayseeds and hicks do. Like the people who live in the jungle do that, but we're in the city now. So there's that aspect of the urbanization colonialism bit. But there's also ghosts. They're scared of it because it is the vine of the dead. Like they're scared of it on a, dare we say, a jungle Catholic version. But mostly it's because it's Curanderismo. So either white people do it, ayahuasca shamanism, wee, or it's Curanderismo, which was not looked well upon up until maybe 20 years ago. And do you know what changed it? Ayahuasca shamanism. So there's an academic called Alex Guerin, and he's done a bunch of work on this. The difference between an indigenous notion here of Curanderismo and ayahuasca shamanism. And ayahuasca shamanism is for white people in the sense that white people problems. I don't mean white, like I mean Westerners, but I'm just playing with the language here. Just realizing I've been in one of these retreat centers in Ecuador with like a bunch of Black Americans. So it's not like it's white people, it's whatever. From the West. And the key difference is that white people, Westerners, will arrive with psychological problems, like with trauma and addictions and so on. And in Curanderismo, you are dealing with curses and witchcraft and spirit attack and so on. Now, that's not cut and dry, because as a shamanic energy practitioner, let me tell you, a lot of the work I do is around like legacy witchcraft from like cursing your family line 500 years ago and all this kind of stuff, and today's business. So I get the point. I get the point that.
So did he work with curing ancestral curses? I'm not clear on if that's what he's saying, if that's part of his milieu.
Broadly speaking, ayahuasca shamanism has landed in a therapeutic modality. I've been on one dieta with a woman whom I love and is incredible, who was on dieta to seek to heal her inner masculine. And awesome, obviously, but Curanderismo is like, that bitch at the end of the village cursed me because she thinks I took her bike, right? Do you know what I mean? Like, there's a little bit more specific nitty gritty here. Now, remember what I said at the beginning about what can Western magic learn from ayahuasca's moment? Are you starting to pick it up yet? Are you starting to go, oh, I see where you're going with this. Neither of these things invalidate each other. I am a professional healer. Like the psychological shadow work at the level of the psyche stuff is a huge aspect of what I do, along with the energetic clearing from cursing and so on. So we don't pick one. We don't say ayahuasca retreat shamanism bad and curanderismo good. Prefiero curanderismo, clearly, but that doesn't mean like we play the ball where it lies. And so we've come to this moment where retreat center ayahuasca shamanism has, with everything in the Amazon, you will get the most basic, and it's not that they're wrong, but the most basic 105 IQ articles about tourism is bad for the Amazon. The Amazon is losing trees, blah, blah, like, and that's not wrong, but it's just not the whole story. Because is tourism bad for the Amazon? Like, is ayahuasca shamanism bad for the Amazon? I don't know. I'm going to build a different case here. 20 years ago, Curanderismo was dying out. No one was going into it because it was a shit life. Like, you are dealing with ghosts and spirits, and you're not being paid very much because you're essentially sorting through the problems of a people who are subsistence living and working, like getting bitten by things, harvesting plants out in the jungle and so on. This is not a good life. So no one wanted it. And so young people in Pueblo life 20 years ago would leave. And there was nothing to do here. And this way of life is transforming because you can't, there's not enough fish to support a subsistence life. What's going on in the Amazon is like, there is hectic illegal gold mining and all that. Like, don't get me wrong, things aren't great here, fuck. But ayahuasca retreat center shamanism has reversed the prospects.
Man, I really hope he didn't die in some brutal way. This is a great video, and I was surprised how much he showed of his travels, and I'm really glad you're all here, you know, remembering him in such a happy place, because he really does look happy here, just sitting in his hammock. I love hammocks. I mean, hammocks are such a happy place. Get a good novel. The whole days can roll by with a good hammock, and he does seem to handle that humidity and heat well. He does seem to come to life with all his. I could never do this. Like, the only thing in my diet is oil, salt, and meat, and it's working. It's working. It's actually working. Like, my hands haven't been this blood free and clear in like, it's, oh my god. Our bodies are all different, eh? Our bodies are all different, and I guess bodies like mine can't do the diet for something like this. I could fast. Fasting's easy for me. Nixley, what do you say? Oh, Angela will be you first. Dr. Al Cummins knew Gordon well. I believe he would make great. Oh, that's good to know. Okay, yeah. So Al and I are in touch. I'm flying him to Austin, in Texas in November. You can come meet him there and hang out with he and I. And yeah, he's written a beautiful book of Enochian geomancy invocations or poems. And yeah, I'm very excited to have Al Cummins with us. And damn, man, Gordon would have been such a cool guy to have as well one of these years. Fuck. I almost didn't do this stream, but I was not functioning well today, and I was like, yeah, I may as well not function well with the rest of you. Dr. Al is definitely coming to an Enochian. He's on the list. I have all the information. There's going to be so much promotion from this point forward. Today would have probably been the first big day of serious announcements and promotions rolling out, except for this passing, and yeah, we'll hit it tomorrow. But today is Gordon's day for sure. The man deserves to be noted in all our diaries, and and hopefully, Dr. Al, yeah, Al will come on the podcast. We'll get him on soon, hopefully. Talk about his Enochian work and all this. He's done so much work. What a great guy. Yeah. Jury duty. Wow. You discovered Rune Soup on jury duty in 2019. It was coast to coast for a rehabbing conspiracy theorist. Nice. It's nice to. That's an interesting journey that he met you on and helped guide you beyond, let's say. Yeah.
Of Curanderismo as a career, and now people want to do it. What are we to make of that? Of course they want to do it. There's good money in it for a start. And there's good money, a premium, in people who know how to do it. So if the traditional way of life in the Pueblo is going away, and it is, like, you used to be able to live here with no money. And, like, no money is not the same thing as poor. No money is actually great. Like, you've got a house, you know everyone, and you just, like, work on whatever or nothing. You fish, there's food, like, it's great, you know. You can't do that anymore as well. Not everyone can do that. Not enough fish, and so on. And so then you need money, but there's no way to make money here. So you're fucked. So they go and work in the logging companies, or they go to Pucallpa or Lima. And along comes ayahuasca shamanism. And interestingly, in this moment, as we are past the peak of, like, wow, let's go into the jungle, like a context-free jungle in Iquitos, and go to the same place Chelsea Handler did it. I don't know why I'm picking on her, but, like, you know what I mean? Like, famous people go to these things. And that might be, it's not going to go away, but it's no longer the white hot cultural commodity that it was. And what we have is a moment where the interest might become more sophisticated. Culture goes in waves. And so we're past the peak of the super interest in ayahuasca. And if you know Western magic, we've gone through a bunch of waves. Like the first Trump administration at the beginning was a witchcraft wave, and then there was an astrology wave. Now that Neptune's out of Pisces, that one's passing. Like, each of these waves brings new people who find where they belong, you know? And that might be one of the other upsides to people who hear about ayahuasca via retreat center shamanism, but then end up getting, in my case, 4 planes and a motor taxi and a boat and a motor taxi to end up here, somewhere that is, I don't want to say where I belong, we've been over that, but this is what I've been looking for. I've been looking for that kind of authentic experience. And I've said authentic again, so I want to double click. Let's use a...
All right. I always try and not speak ill of the dead, especially on the day of their passing or whatever. But this is an easy one. I mean, there's a lot of people that follow the traditions and paths he's followed. And the idea that that would somehow make you a failed magician doesn't actually equate. You know, I became what I was very anti that stuff when I sort of got my stripes and people started recognizing me a long time ago. And you know, I started having to explore pain medication due to serious medical issues that eventually I did get fixed with the help of that medication. Then I got off that medication. So discounting someone and calling them a failed magician just because they got stoned, it just doesn't track. I mean, I was the one who used to wish that would track. I was the one who used to be like, oh, because they drink, they have to suck. Like, I was the poster kid adept for that way of thinking. But I've kept living and kept learning, and that it doesn't hold out, doesn't check out. So whether he's a failed magician or not, I mean, the way he talks in his videos, the stuff, the insights in the books he's put out, obviously, you know, he's not a failed magician. And let's try and not be uncharitable on the day of his passing. Whether you agree with his politics or whatever else, I don't know. The man, if you don't think this is a guy who's talking and in tune fully with their nous and higher consciousness, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. If you either can feel it or you can't, shall we say. So Iblis says he'd have on Greg Carlwood from the Higher Side Chats, and then Sam Block talking about geomancy. Okay. RIP SMH. I don't know what SMH means. What's SMH mean? He had gnosis. Clearly.
Corporate word on that, because here I am dieting Pinon Blanco, which is from the highest realms of light. He's one of the master healing plants of the whole Amazon area. And he has access to vast cosmic pharmacopoeias of other medicines and other understandings. And on a biological level, is also like a blood and liver detoxer and clears neuroses and anxiety and facilitates your connection with other healing spirits.
I mean, on the question of his seriousness, I mean, look where he is. You know, if people who actually travel to these places after getting very advanced into these traditions are pretty serious, and pretty in depth in their understanding compared to most people who just read a few books, right? Yeah. So this is you saying there's a difference between pain medication and difference between getting stoned for spiritual or enjoyment reasons. I mean, again, it just doesn't, the math doesn't math.
So I'm actually training.
I'm never gonna judge anyone for typos. I'm gonna give you the best possible interpretation on stream of what you're saying. I'm gonna, steel man you or be good faith. Yeah, but that's also why I'm gonna be like, yeah, you can't. A lot of famous magicians, it turns out, have been a lot more serious into drugs than most people would realize. And sometimes I hear about that, I'm like, wow, damn. But yeah, you certainly can't qualify someone's work on those terms, on moralistic judgment terms based on your cultural attitude towards something. There's no there.
And initiating shamanic energy healers at the moment. And for the next rite that I'm delivering, I wanted to juice myself up with these connections. So that's the plant that I am dieting here. So it's an authentic Amazonian plant. But
I mean, mentioning he had ongoing health issues in the chat, I see that. Yeah, that would make sense. But you're also taking these herbs and plants in concentrated forms and dieting, fasting. All of that stuff is risky, especially as a guy hits middle age. And this person, all right, Philip Harris Smith. Pain relief is one thing, but getting stoned is bogus. Never met a Westerner who became enlightened from getting high. Maybe they exist, LOL. Again, you're not even making your case. You're not making your case whatsoever.
authentic A. And here is where we learn, hopefully, magic can learn the next thing about ayahuasca shamanism and Curanderismo. Because it's all well and good. We say, okay, cool. So broadly speaking, ayahuasca shamanism in a retreat center is a dumbed down version of...
You can die from just a bug bite, right? Like you can get an infection, and then there's, yeah. Yeah, someone's pushing back. Elker, getting high is a stepping stone for some. There's so much. The reason I'm not even getting into this is because there's so much that has been said, so many books. There's so much that can be said. Like, if you don't understand the uses of plant medicine in the history of religion and spirituality, you're starting at step one. And I wish you well on that journey. You should start by reading the history of it, or looking at how it's used in traditions that you do respect, perhaps. Yeah. Yeah, no, you're just calling your observation morality. You're observing something and making a value judgment on it. You're making value judgments. That's all this is. So if you want to make value judgments against people who make different choices than you, then I mean, this isn't really a good place for that. Like, this is not a good channel for that. Like, I talk to people all the time who make decisions that I don't place positive value judgments on, but it's not my job to judge them or to judge someone else. Also, what's good for me is not necessarily what's good for someone else. And a ton of people have gotten tremendous benefits from the use of plant medicines, by which I including like GHB, MDMA, psilocybin, ayahuasca. What's the new one that they're going to use for clinical trials? You know the one. You know the thing, man. Yeah, there's a lot of people who will benefit from those recovery programs if they're done right. And there's a lot of people that will have their eyes open to reality by doing what they think is only recreational. And then it turns out that it, you know, shows them a new way. No, the thing I'm thinking of isn't Dalit Memta or these ones. The thing I'm thinking of is, the one that they just did an executive order for it. Ibogaine. Yeah, Ibogaine can save a lot of lives.
Curanderismo. Great. Curanderismo, there's no unbroken pure survival of anything, right? And there certainly isn't of Curanderismo. So there's no like authentic, untouched from pre-Columbian era vegetalismo that you will find in the Amazon. In fact, and let me know what this sounds like, Curanderismo as we have it today is about 100 years old, and it emerged from...
Yeah, so this is where you're just uninformed, grossly uninformed. If you're saying that drug use, which drug is a new word, I mean, John Dee would have spelled it slightly differently, but they had it. But yeah, your drug is, again, you're doing this thing people do that no one likes, where you use the words one way for the ones that you approve of and another way for the ones you don't approve of, right? It's like dissing stoners sitting at home jamming out music while you're drunk, hitting on chicks at the pub, doing Molly and blow, right? That's the kind of false dichotomy or parallel that people use to set up value judgments. And the idea that you can't use any plant medicines for spiritual progress or magical progress is ridiculous. And you're just sort of yeah. I don't have the energy to ban anyone today, so just you do you. But show some respect to the dead.
Indigenous people being displaced into work gangs from different tribes, like during the rubber boom, and a knowledge sharing that goes on there. That's hoodoo, isn't it? So obviously that means, like, because this place is about as Shipibo as it's going to get, right? Like when you think of Mestizo Curanderismo, which this technically is, because everything is,
This place looks amazing.
you're thinking like
The
Los
visuals
Santos,
of where he's
Virgin
at is
Mary,
so cool.
Jeebus, all of that. Not here. They, whilst I'm sure, like, none of them go to church, basically, and I'm sure they'll have like a Christian funeral, maybe when they die. But in ceremony, it's just the plants. And it is certainly way more Shipibo than it is anything else in that blend. But this is like Shipibo country. This is where we would expect that. However, I had wild garlic, which is not native to the Amazon, and yerba luisa and so on. Like, so I've had, and the rue is a European healing plant as well. So you don't have like oh, I'm not using that because it's not Shipibo. You have like, I am a master of plants. These are my like friends and colleagues, but I'm a master of plants. So authentic is an interesting word there, isn't it? All, as far as I can tell, authentic when it comes to magic is biospheric adaptation, like bioregional adaptation to conditions. And that's what I called magic 15 years ago in the blog when I was still in London. I remember saying that. I said, which.
And one of the things he said about Peter J. Carroll, I think really holds up true for him as well. And he said that one thing you can't take from Peter J. Carroll as a practitioner of Western magic is that he did it his way. Yeah, he did his own thing. And I think Gordon White was well on track for producing a body of work and forging a path through all this different stuff he was doing that we would come to see one day, had he lived longer, as really pioneering a unique paradigm or tradition of his own making. I think he's certainly showing us different ways forward. And if you watch all of his recent videos, there's some really good questioning going on about not just Western magic, but the nature of religion, human culture, and relationships in general at a fundamental level. And because he was part of our communities, he was asking us to question how we exist in those potential new paradigms and models for life expression, spiritual practice. And I think those are questions we don't wrestle with enough. We don't take seriously enough. We often just, we go through our days, and not many of us are saying like, hey, are we really paying attention to the direction that all these boats are heading? And of course, they're not all heading in the same direction, but are we paying attention that much at all? Or are we just trying to weather the current storm day after day? And I like that he asked those questions, and I like that he was provocative and evocative, making me think about my own presuppositions, my own pre-understandings, Vorverständnis, for you Germans out there, pre-understandings, prejudices, premises.
Craft is a bioregional response to specific conditions. So it's not a belief. There's no fucking mummy Gaia. There's no like goddess in witchcraft. There's no nothing in witchcraft. Witchcraft is a response to conditions in time and economies and place. Yeah, that's Curanderismo. So it appears we might have a bunch of stuff to learn from doing the thing I like doing both, which is comparing. So let me tell you what this process of dieting Pinon Blanco entails. Once when I was doing, this is actually at a retreat center, my one like retreat center, they had like a temescal, and like this was near shamanism. I had a couple of weeks in between Mexico and coming back to Peru, and I was going through a serious health crisis, so I needed to drink ayahuasca in volume. So I just needed somewhere that was serving. And this place did. I had some fun. That's good. Anyway, on one of these ceremonies in the Ecuadorian Andes, I asked ayahuasca, why is this so difficult?
Frater Parabolas, I heard Gordon describe JSK and Peter J. Carroll as his wizard dads, and that's beautiful. That's a beautiful thought. So he is sort of, if he is this, witchy child of JSK, of Jake Stratton Kent and Peter J. Carroll. I guess that's a good, I don't know him well enough to say if that is a good descriptor, but I like it. I think that's I mean, it just makes this all the more tragic because we just lost Jake and Carol, and fuck.
Difficult, because it truly is the most disgusting thing you'll ever drink, and and you have to cook it for hours, and it's so unpleasant. She's like, and she basically said, "Listen, it's not my fault that you have like a monkey nervous system and taste buds and a mouth, like gross." And I'm like, okay, fair. That was speciesist of me. Why is this so difficult? She's like, we're doing our best to try to bring you into the plant kingdom, but it's not our fault. You're getting around in those gross monkey bodies. So yeah, all right, I get it. Fair enough. But that's a good frame for what this process entails, and kind of why you were doing it is that you have to make it easier for plants to live in like a human energy field. So there's all the stuff that I said before, the restrictive diet, the no sex, the isolation, the very precise plant protocols as you move through it, and the ayahuasca itself. How I like to do these things, first of all, is drink swimming pools of the stuff, because I don't know, like I came here to drink almond milk and kick ass, and I'm all out of almond milk. Like, you're here, like, go ham. And I have some experience with it, so I can. But my process is the morning after ceremony, and this is a little recommendation for you, actually, to have a book that you write your thoughts in, and not to try and integrate at the same time as remember. Just bullet point down the things that happened, how strong it was, what sort of visuals you got, what were the impressions, what things she showed you. Just bullet point them. Because one of the beautiful things that the Dieta does is respect time. First time we went on Dieta, I said, oh, cool, it's like 2 weeks in the Amazon. Like, that's almost 14 ayahuasca ceremonies. And I'm like, no, it's every second night. I'm like, what? What? Well, that seems like a waste. And it isn't. Like, you could not do it, right? And not just you couldn't do it, like you can't handle that much ayahuasca. It's like muscle training or something, where the actual gains happen when you're not in the gym, like on the rest days that people who are on a gain journey tend to miss.
Yeah, I don't know if my metabolism could handle 14 days of ayahuasca every second day, because it's a long trip, my understanding, from 6 hours, 5 hours at least, maybe longer. And like I don't have the metabolism to touch much anymore. Even though I have, there's a DMT pen on my desk here somewhere, like $400 full of DMT that I bought over the counter when it was legal. Now it's illegal again or whatever. Well, it's still legal to have it, but they can't sell it at a corner store like I bought it. But I don't touch it. I just don't, and it doesn't take much energy to recover from. Mushrooms does. A lot of these things do. And also as you get older, this is something some of you guys are going to know. The best psychedelic feeling is just feeling good, waking up and feeling good. If you can wake up and feel good and ready to go every day, it's pretty awesome, pretty psychedelic. And these guys, like these true psychonauts who really go for it, I believe we gain a lot of wisdom and insight from a lot of them, and from the things they discover, and the long extra extended state DMT research going on is incredible. And I don't know how it'll all pan out, but I'm glad that some people are called to do it and they have the ability to do it, and that calling, because the amount I've gained from even the moderate amount of these experiments and rituals that I've done is phenomenal. And that's without really doing it seriously. Um, you know, but I've done heroic doses of mushrooms, like 5, 10 grams, dozens and dozens of times. Um, and dozens and dozens of DMT full immersion trips. Um, but that's very little. These guys are doing hundreds, hundreds and hundreds. And they're good guides for those of us who really might have only the capacity to dip our toes in the water at different stages of our life, and want to, and can still get a lot out of it. You don't have to become a hardcore psychonaut to get a lot out of these practices when you do them responsibly. I mean, obviously you can have amazing breakthroughs at any time doing anything, including just meditating abstinently. Yeah. Oh, yeah, you didn't know? Yeah, it's like I could probably literally pull it out, but it's just, you know yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
The days off ceremony are the days where, like, you feel the psyche integrating the lessons and the medicine. To wit, you can't front run it. So one of the things I suggest is to just make bullet points of notes. And I have, from my own healing lineage, I have one of Alberto's oracle card decks, which I do as like a give me some advice for integrating. So I'll throw 4 cards the morning after ceremony, and I'll look at it and sort of go, yeah, I see where that works. But then I'll also just write it down, because you'd be amazed coming back through your book at things you have integrated or things that you've forgotten. That's the right way to do it. You can also use I Ching for that. I've used both. I used I Ching.
I think that guy's gone in the chat who was giving people a grief for doing drugs or abstain, or doing whatever. I mean, he needs to go listen to David Heimsmith talk with Alexander Eth on Glitch Bottle. Well, and in particular, watch the episode Ritual Poison, where they imbibe copious amounts of whiskey and bourbon in particular, while talking Kabbalah led by David Heimsmith. I mean, if that wasn't a master class in the oddest use of a drug for spiritual gnosis and revelation, I don't know what is. So, and I am going to do a review of that video. Hopefully Alexander doesn't mind, with a couple really other cool podcasters that you guys will probably know. That'll be fun, because we all love David Heimsmith. We love you, David. I'll see you soon.
Last night, because I'm here, in addition to juicing up, approaching a very important question, which I think I got in my last ceremony. And so I am, and I got unequivocal, insofar as the I Ching is often unequivocal. I got, I got the answer. I came the whole way for it. And I've still got 2 ceremonies left. Early mark. So that.
Yes, Frater Parabolis. The episode is on Glitch Bottle, and it's called Ritual Poison. And they live streamed it, if I recall. So I believe I watched it live while they were imbibing. And this is part of David Heimsmith's contemplative practice sometimes, eating meat and drinking bourbon. And I was surprised, but it was such a poignant reminder of the broad. And this video that we're watching is titled Syncretism, I think, in magic, or syncretism in something. Syncretism magic. It's really not about the what, it's about the how, right? We used to say this all the time when we were doing our albums and in the studio. It's not, someone would have an idea, what about this? And we'd be like, well, it's not the idea, it's how we execute it. So it's not the thing. It's so often not the substance. Often the thing is the execution or the performance. the integration, the process. And if you do right, like think about basic things like everything from diet to eating to weightlifting to lovemaking to planning your life, right? It's the process by how you do it that really determines the quality of the outcome. And you can't account for everything. I'm jealous because I can't drink bourbon or whiskey really anymore. Yeah. Occultology, of course, says that alcohol induces the alpha wave in your brain. Yeah, yeah. Anything that puts you in an altered state of mind is a useful state if you use it wisely, and maybe you're just using it wisely to reignite the spark in your marriage or romance, right? That's pretty valid use, in my opinion. You know, maybe to get the courage to actually go out, ask someone out on the first date ever. It's better than never asking someone out on a date, or the person who goes to the Psytrance festival and does a little too much of the psi and goes into a bit too much of a trance and then awakens spiritually and is like, oh, understand reality in a completely different way now. And that is irreversible. And I'm now a different person. Well, we have a word for that. That's transfiguration of the soul and the being. And that can happen in a variety of ways. You can have it happen just going for a walk to Damascus, or standing at an intersection like Thomas Merton, or at a party where you did too much acid and went on a 3-day trip into some other reality, lying in bed, having revelations about the nature of good and evil and how we're all one. I mean, I only did 10 tabs of acid once, and it fixed me. My therapist said it was a shame he couldn't recommend such things to people in the situation I was in, because he says I was exhibiting all the positive effects of electroshock therapy with none of the negative side effects. And it was after my best friend and co-singer had hung herself, unfortunately, that I did that as a last-ditch effort to pull myself out of the pit that I was in. This was in 2014. And it was pretty bad. I was in a dark place. And afterwards, I saw the light. Literally, just life just seemed like pure light. And I have been smiling since then, most of the time. Not all the time.
That's how I integrate with a Curanderismo system, and not make it my own. That's the weird way of saying it. But like, that's how I present as a client, a practitioner client in this context window. And what I want you to think about is, what do we make of the legitimate but one-note criticisms of ayahuasca tourism and environmental destruction, which is definitely like, if you think about it for too long, especially when you're in the Amazon, you'll lose your fucking mind. Like, I'm not saying it's not happening. I'm saying the route to preventing it might not be obvious, right? Because it's just too basic and too unmagical to say.
Is that a kid just like going all full tilt in the hammock? That's awesome. Man, being a kid rocks, doesn't it? Oh my gosh, they're so lucky. Just like, I'm gonna rock in this hammock, see if I can make it fall down.
Oh, you shouldn't do that. Because as the great Bayo Akomolafe says, what if the way we respond to the crisis is part of the crisis? And making big moves, and they just fuck up every time you do it here. So you think, oh, well, we need to put conservation on all this land. The government's done that. The Peruvian government has put conservation rules on Shipibo land without consulting them, right? And left other bits that they want conserved not. And so they've had to form their own like protection militias. And like, it's, when I tell you, you'll lose your mind, like how bad things can get here. But there are Why Bayo Kamalafe says that is to leave room for something other than the human to intervene. What if the way we respond to the crisis is part of the crisis? If like humans know everything about the problem and everything about the solution, so therefore the solution is this. As we saw, or hopefully you saw in the story of the interweaving of ayahuasca shamanism and Curanderismo, new things grow and old things grow when you make room. And when you are dealing with plant spirits, you really want to make room. So the other reason I'm back, maybe some of you read it, I'll link it up below. I had the peak spiritual experience of my life here after ceremony. So not with ayahuasca, with Pinon Blanco on my final ceremony last year. And it was like Enochian. Like I was this golden, because like Pinon Blanco is like a giant, like a golden giant. And this being came down laughing, like a Buddha meets Jabba the Hutt. Like it was a divine laughter, but it was the deep Jabba the Hutt.
It's crazy that he describes that as an Enochian experience. I mean, man, damn. Sucks I'm never going to get to meet you, Gordon. Not in this life. But like, look at there now. There's a face. That's the way we got to remember him. That's how I hope we get to remember everyone. That's how everyone should be remembered. Well, unless they're like, you know, total scumbag. But yeah, look at that. Look at that. Let me get a screenshot of his face there. That's beautiful.
And he was laughing so hard because God came to earth and forgot literally the one thing that there is to remember, which is that he is God. Me in that case, right? And taken up realms of light, like Enoch. Unbelievable. So that being presents in these space-time conditions as a relatively cute but innocuous little plant. And ayahuasca is a spirit who, I guess, cohabitates in between the chacruna tree or plant or shrub and the actual ayahuasca vine. Mostly in a vine, like chacruna is another being. And so either you think you're completely in control of this process, or you think you are players in a process that involves giant, luminous, golden beings with access to cosmic pharmacopoeias who present as plants. There's an arrogance to totalizing that is unmagical. And it's one of the final lessons for magic. It's the penultimate lesson, I suppose, which is you're not in charge here. You can do your best. With Rune Soup, we have the what is mine to do as like the watchwords, the regular phrase. What is mine to do in the situation of the transition from ayahuasca shamanism at its peak to some form of authentic Curanderismo? And in specifically the Amazon, what we've learned over the last couple of decades is that this is a fallen world. I write about this in Animistic in my most recent book. When Francisco de Orellana sailed down the Amazon River and came out the other side almost dead, he's like, there are whole cities. There's like multi-story buildings and cities, and we got attacked by like Amazons and whatever. And we believed him for about a century and a half and then just didn't, right? And in those times, those civilizations did collapse. Disease, whatever. And with LIDAR, we now see that, oh my God, like the Amazon is the world's biggest garden. The Amazon is the world's biggest multi-species project because it's plants and humans and some sacred animals have for millennia agreed to be things to each other, to the point that if you look back at the big long roads and previous fields and things that used to be here, not exactly here, but they're here now, you see that whole civilization, it hasn't been like pristine, it's never been pristine, untouched jungle. You can look at the species assembly of useful trees to unuseful trees and realize like, oh, this has been gardened for millennia. Okay. And in that time, civilizations have risen and fallen. Pueblo civilization, like our own, is falling, right? We're in a fourth turning. They get it, we get it. And yet there are other beings involved in this. And I'm not saying we wait for them to rescue us. I'm not saying we sit back and do nothing. You still have to find what is yours to do. Example, one of the good things about coming here is you give all your money to an indigenous community. Like I literally gave in a zip-up toiletry bag from my flight. I paid Dale in cash because if you guys come here, maybe by the time this video is up, they were trying to set up a US nonprofit in time to take international money. But at the moment they can't. So last year, this is before I even showed up. By the way, if you meet Dale, he's this handsome, friendly, charming, lovely guy. And then when he sends you his ID, because you have to Western Union him your deposit, you're like, this man is a terrorist. I am somehow paying my own fucking...
Yeah, so asking if this is real or clickbait, did he really die? I mean, obviously this is not clickbait. This is a very sad day for our community. Yeah. We'll see. Oh, fuck.
What do you call it? I'm somehow paying my own ransom before I've even been before I've even been kidnapped by this terrifying man, because it's the most...
I will say that the news of his passing came from his newsletter from within his own community. So I believe he has a partner. He speaks often of a partner. Again, I don't know him. So, but yeah, it's pretty confirmed. We just don't know details. I did get more details on Anima Noira's passing, though, and that was sadly suicide. Yeah, it turns out. I haven't announced that. I don't even know what to say to the people who send me. I get these long emails, and sometimes I just don't know what to say because they often ask. They say a lot and they ask a lot, and yeah, sometimes I don't know where to begin with that stuff. Sorry, I get caught up in my own. It's a weird day.
Like resting bitch face. Peruvians, because of those glorious cheekbones, those glorious like Native American cheekbones for days, can sometimes suffer from resting bitch face. And his ID photo, if you ever come here and you get Dale's ID photo and you're like, oh my God, this is I'm not doing it. Do it. It's fine. Right? But I paid him the whole thing in cash. So I literally gave every last dollar that the master shamanry cost to the shaman's son, who is also the grandson of the mayor of the Pueblo, who's running for office. Vote for him. Running for mayor office, you know what I mean? Not like, don't curse him by say run for the president of Peru, because they all end up dead or in jail because they're all corrupt. But it's very difficult.
Yeah, one thing I regret, obviously, is not reading any of his books, even though I'm sure I probably would have enjoyed. I don't know. I should have. I wish I'd engaged more with him. I wish I'd gone on his podcast 6 years ago when he invited me. I wish I had. It was a weird situation 6 years ago, right? I was locked down in a foreign country. You're not allowed to work, not allowed to go home. It was a rough time. Yeah, and I wish he had survived too. I hope other people explore his work as well as I'm gonna look more into his work. I hope some of you do as well, and check out what he has left us as a legacy. And I haven't said this yet, like to anyone who, like, to his family and friends, like, yeah, I'm very sorry. He was clearly a bold explorer of the mystical realms, and he will definitely always have a place in our collective memory and history. Yeah. Beautiful words. So many of you are sharing beautiful words. It means a lot. I'm sure Gordon's spirit is, I don't know. I don't know what happens, but like some people, when I say their name after they die, they feel less than when they were in life, and I wonder if that's because they're on a journey or in process. But sometimes especially I find with certain magicians, when they die, when I think of their name, say their name, I get this expansive sense of self. It's like something's opening me up more to the universe, and I always kind of think that might mean that they've transitioned well. Perhaps they've transitioned well. Maybe. Who knows?
Able to get the numbers of exactly how many of the mega.
But all these videos leading up to his death, I mean, damn, there's a vibe about him. And that's why I was actually starting to pay attention and reached out and was like, okay, it's time for us to like really get into some shit in front of the world together and talk. And this is what we got.
Retreats, or what percentage of retreats in Iquitos are foreign owned, but it's a substantial portion of them, which means that the Shipibo who are working there are employees.
We should all be remembered lying back in hammocks talking about the nature of the universe and life.
If you come to Ucayali, you will not have that. You will have, like, I paid cash in the hands to the shaman's son for what I'm doing here. So when I say what is mine to do, I'm like, well, I want there to be more charisma, and I not necessarily less ayahuasca retreat shamanism. That's not mine to decide. What is mine to want is I want more Peruvian Shipibo Curanderismo in the world. I want it to flourish. That's how this species assembly changed in the Amazon. So over millennia, the useful trees were either intentionally replanted, or what else would happen is that tribes, whether they're Ashaninka or Shipibo or whoever, would see two trees growing near each other and be like, oh, we want that one, that's useful, whether it's food or sacred plant, and not that one. So you'll just make room for the other one to grow. So your garden.
Oh, damn, Freder Parabolis. I don't know if this is true, but you say apparently Maria Sabina, I don't know who that is, told him a couple of years ago that he wasn't long for this world, and he said, I know. Damn. Well, as someone who has lived past many childhood predicted death dates by a host of psychics, I'd like to think that we shouldn't put too much stock in that. But at the same time, if you have a feeling about yourself, then you have a feeling. I wouldn't ignore it.
Because you want more of something in the future rather than less. And that's yours to do. So that seems to me the final lesson, I think, for magic from what's going on with ayahuasca, from her peak cultural moment to now. Because we also operate magically in a fallen world. The book I'm working on, the final of my Dot trilogy, is about cunning traditions, and it's a global survey. It's why I'm so interested in Curanderismo, of like what looks the same, what are the universals, dare we even say, between cunning traditions, Curanderismo, etc., around the world. And one of the key ones that people miss, that I haven't seen anyone talk about, is that they operate in a fallen world, so that the knowledge arrives tumbled down from a presumably higher and more intact state. And Agrippa himself, early in his career, sought to restore that with his publishing projects. Arguably, by the end of his career, life was less interested. But it's because we have, the proverbial chandelier in pieces. Like, we've got bits from a time where we used to be better at this. But we also have new stuff coming in. And that's Curanderismo, like the world of a pre-Columbian Shipibo civilization is gone, never coming back. Pueblo Shipibo civilization is transforming. And I'm low-key bullish on it, truly. I truly am. These people are awesome. And one of the things that I see as the bright side, which is coming back to magic as well, is one of their helping spirits, ayahuasca, made economic room for something crucial to continue and restore. That's very indigenous. So like I'm obviously very interested in indigenous thought. And you find there's been a couple of clever men, like, let's say Aboriginal shamans, don't repeat that because it's not the right term, but have perceived that there is a generational gap. The young people who should be moving into the sacred Aboriginal shamanism, the medicine work, to being clever men and clever women, aren't interested. They're going into cities. But in a generation or so's time, they're going to want this. And so they do things they've never done before. They do things they've never done before, like write stuff down in books. So that it is, because they're going to die, right? But if you write it down in books and are subsequently available to them in spirit, you get to perpetuate it. Because this fourth turning moment, well, then we begin again, right? And this is what I mean by I'm bullish. I'm bullish about the possibilities of what can happen for Peru in general, like in the 21st century. And especially because I love it here.
Yeah, I love that. I love how much he loves Peru. I've some of you know I have some very personal connections to that country. Not the country itself, but to some people from there who, yeah, I'd be curious to get their thoughts on this. And they live in Prague, so, and but they're also, and I'm gonna ask. When I visit them and catch up, I'm gonna ask what they think about the regions, the practices, the things. And this is because they are government people, and they'll really have opinions on this. They really will. And I don't know if they can do much, but government people don't seem to be able to often do much, but they often are informed, or you get informed by how they are not informed or misinformed sometimes. That's also a kind of information, right? It's always nice to stay close to your friends in government so that you can just get a beat on what's going on in those crazy halls filled with grand pianos and champagne. Philippe Francois Champagne. I will take your money and send it to foreign bank accounts for me. This has been a very sad day, Gary. Thanks for doing this. Oh, you're welcome. Chaos Protocols. I just bought it from Amazon today when I was teary-eyed earlier. I was like, okay, I'll get this and start there. It came out in 2016, and that's when my magical diary started. He inspired many like myself to take up the practice. Thank you, Gary. Gary, thank you. It's nice to share these stories. Share your stories. I have another video we could even do after this. I don't know. I could go play Baldur's Gate 3 with occultology, or I could do my laundry, because as you can tell, I'm wearing my laundry shirt. It's laundry day. Or I could put in a video of Gary with Austin Kopok talking about the predictions for 2026. We have options, people. We have options. Let me know what you want to do.
For Shipibo. culture. So what is the magic equivalent then of, let's say, doing ayahuasca in an Airbnb in Palm Springs with a shaman from Boise? You know, what is the relationship between Curanderismo and that, and like real magic in that? And I would say it's the kind of pap, the nonsense that you would see on your Reels feed or like, you know, Witch Talk or what have you. Because that is the overwhelming majority of content. And it's, well, it's not real, but like, it's a specific kind of not real where it's like, oh God, you got like, there's one correct thing underneath all that nonsense somewhere there. Do you know what I mean? Ayahuasca, like the Palm Springs experience, there's one correct thing in this. So it's not, oh, you need to stop doing that. But like, what, if that's the case, if my comparison is like the fact that the overwhelming majority of stuff that considers itself magic isn't, and doesn't even know that it isn't, in the same way retreat center shamanism doesn't even know it's not the authentic thing, I think that's the right comparison. And I think that's the final lesson, which is like, okay, cool. But cultural waves bring new people into it, like I said earlier. I found magic in the 90s, and it was a series of dream experiences. But the 90s...
Okay, he's just aged himself. People are wondering his age. If he found magic in the 90s, then he's got to be my age or a little bit younger or older. Not by much. So yeah, so maybe if anyone knows his age, I think I heard him say he was 85, but I wouldn't be surprised if he was actually even. I wouldn't be surprised if whatever age he is, he looks, he's got a youthfulness typical to many magicians, and also the signs of experience in his face, as well as having traveled this world and others. Rebecca respawn. I get not being able to drink bourbon anymore. I used to be a big whiskey one. Now I'm allergic. Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, there's replacements for bourbon, such as water.
Also had Buffy and X-Files and Grant Morrison and all of that. So we might not have, because I'm older than Granite, have had anything other than dial-up internet.
Oh, wow. Keith Strickland, thanks for being here, Keith. Well, did you know him? Did you know Gordon here? 81. I had a weird feeling like we were the same age, but I didn't want to say it because it sounds so narcissistic to say that. They're like, oh, I think we're the same age. Yeah, so he and I were born the same year. Same year as Justin Sledge. Yeah, same year as Justin Sledge and Justin Timberlake. The Justins. Well, if he was born in 81, then he's 45 or 44, because I'm 45, and I'm born in January 31st, 81, a week before Justin, and same day, same year as Justin Timberlake. I wonder when he's born. Is he a Cancer? I bet he's a Cancer, or maybe he's a Leo. So he's 44 or 45 anyway. Too young, way too fucking young. Way too young to pass. Oh my God. You're just starting at 40 in this era.
I can't pretend that, like, I didn't get witch talked into magic, because I heard about it through a cultural peak moment and rode that, and I'm never going anywhere. So it's not necessarily a fad for me. But I think that's the final lesson, is how do we differentiate without making a cut? Because there are more beings involved in what I think is happening with magic, which is the return. And what I'm contributing to, I hope, with Rune Soup, is the emergence of a more intact version of Western magic at the year 2100, being realistic, that can look more eye to eye, more authentically around the world at systems like this.
I want to say something about this actually, Angelo, who you said so much knowledge, a real intellectual. Like, people love to debate how much knowledge people actually have, and people love to debate how intellectual people actually are. But this is something that I find often gets overlooked. What really allows people to become knowledgeable, or practice thinking, which is all intellectualism is taking thinking seriously. There's one common denominator that usually allows people to do that, other than biology and IQ or whatever, education, which can help, but you need a combination of things to be what William Blake, who I started this whole thing off reading a poem called A Little Lost Boy, not because our departed brother is lost, but because that's just the title of this beautiful poem by William Blake, and it's got a picture with it as well. Well, because Blake illustrated all his, there's the original. What was I saying? What I think was at the root of Gordon White's ability to think out of the box is just that he detethered himself from a specific ideology or tradition or religion or faith or whatever. I think that's what allows you to sort of produce value. You have to be grounded in something of the past, or knowledge of the present at least, and that means traditions, religions, practices, you name it. But to go beyond them, you have to not be limited. You have to become delimited of even sometimes the groundwork that you have learned to work within. And I think he did that. I think that's what I'm saying, is I'm just saying Gordon White did that to himself. He decoupled himself from all of the things he had learned and set himself adrift. And you sort of have to be willing to do that. But you can't do it too soon, because then you don't have enough depth in the things you're talking about to even know what the things that you should talk about are. So there's, again, this balancing act. And I do see, as someone who really didn't know the guy, I know him probably far less than almost any other occultist in my position. It seems like he's got this sort of charming kind of balance, that balance between the fool and the magician. You know what I mean? I'll pretend like you're saying yes to what I just said, even though. All right, let's do this. Let's do more. Should we do more? If there's a lot more, there's about 4 times as many people here watching as I expected. Maybe more than that. So I don't know. Maybe we'll do more. Do the other video.
Because we're downstream
this is
from like
healing.
a fallen world moment also. So the idea of like, that's bad and that's good, it's like, you don't know what. There are other hands on the wheel. Yeah? Other hands on the wheel. So the lessons for Western magic around the world at systems like this, because we're downstream from like a fallen world moment also. So the idea of like, that's bad and that's good, it's like, you don't know what. There are other hands on the wheel. Yeah? Other hands on the wheel. So the lessons for Western magic are: everything is syncretism. Everything is adaptation. Authentic systems unfold according to the conditions in which they find them. So even things that you find silly, right? Well, maybe they can be turned and will be turned towards the good. Because this is magic. There are, by definition, other players in the game. Some of them, most of them, aren't even in human bodies.
Wow. I mean, talk about that video was kind of perfect, wasn't it? I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say.
just from a technical perspective, Saturn is capable of creating order, which is good if you fear like a long-lasting order being imposed on you. But like the attempt to impose like the big plan, whoever and whatever faction or person we're talking about, is very poor. Yeah, Saturn is out to lunch with Neptune and letting his 8-year-old grandson run things for a couple of years. A lot of stupid things are possible.
Do they know it's Spacemas time at all? Austin Coppock, welcome back.
Thank you, Gordon.
All right. Here we are, end of 2025. I do love doing 6-month episodes, if only to remind myself of how fast this incarnation is going. 6 months since the last one. Here we are at the end of 2025. How are things?
Things are good enough. Things are always a little hectic in Astroland in December. You know, instead of being a light time of year, it's the time to stress out about the entire future, like specifically the year ahead. But like, it's really hard to think about the year ahead without thinking about the context of the decade ahead and, I don't know, the century ahead and whatever. So it is a time of study and the weight of history, which is kind of fun, but you know, in a specifically stressed out nerdy way.
No, good. Well, we hope to capitalize on some of that. But as we usually do, let's do a retrospective. Let's look back over, in particular, the last 6 months, because I think that that comported with what we suggested rather well. But 2025 in general, but in particular the last 6 months, I think the map matched the territory pretty well. Thoughts?
Yeah, in particular the predictions of rot, and living in the context of rot. If we're going to do metaphorical, I feel like I still can't come up with a better match. Like all of the signs that the structures have lost and are continuing to lose integrity, but are still kind of standing-ish. That whole like that vibe, that environment, that sense, the sense of living in that atmosphere, of living in the building with rotted supports that hasn't collapsed yet, but it makes you very nervous to go about your business and sleep in it. Very real. And all of the, I don't know, it seemed like in October, there began a torrent of why haven't things collapsed yet, or things are going to collapse next Tuesday stories on the internet and in mainstream media. And a lot of figures and facts, especially here in the United States, supported that, where nothing grew except for investment in AI, and that made people very nervous.
Yeah, the backsliding into the water and ending up with that like warm trench water, or buildings in Venice kind of vibe. And I thought of another one. I thought of another metaphor. It's like swamp ass. Like that's exactly what it was.
Well, and you know what's funny? Well, funny. What's unfortunate for me is how literal some of that was, in terms of I got like real sick twice this season. I usually don't get sick in a given year or two, and so I got sick 2 months in a row, back to back. Like actually.
No report of what happened has come out yet. Of course, I've been streaming for the last 2 hours and haven't checked messages on Facebook or anything. I mean, I can check Instagram. Man, that's why I don't use a lot of these channels anymore. These things, they don't show you the people you follow. They show you random AI stuff now. It's Yeah, it's hard to find things. Let's see. We'll go to Rune Soup. Oh man. Oh, so depressing. Well, I mean, it sure would be nice if it wasn't true, but I mean, Austin Coppock, the guy he's interviewing, put out. I don't know if Austin wrote it or if his wife did, or his partner. But you know, Sphere and Sundry, right? That's who Austin is involved. That's his business. Their astrological. You know, Sphere and Sundry. If you don't know Sphere and Sundry, well, free up some some slots in your Christmas list, wish list, and check out their site. Yeah, it's God, just hearing you say that makes me think like, oh, is it all not true? Is it all not true? But no, it's I don't think that's what's going on. I don't think he pulled a Crowley and faked his own death. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I heard. Yeah, that wouldn't be a joke. That wouldn't be a joke. I mean, if you did that as a joke, buddy. I mean, that's what basically what Crowley did in Germany. So I guess there is a tradition of of magicians faking their deaths, but sadly, I fucking wish it. I wish this was all a dream. I wish this whole day would I wake up tomorrow and this day just didn't. Yeah, man. Thanks for being here. We'll get through this together, and
Actually couldn't do anything, just sitting there shivering and fever sweating, sick, which was pretty fun. And I just I looked back and cursed the various trench rot disease metaphors.
Yeah, exactly. It all lined up, like the like going back to, but also not progressing on, like, oh, an Epstein narrative, and like, yep, we're doing it all again. We're doing all of this again everywhere.
Yeah,
and
when it's like, right, which is a good exploration or guide to how deep rot is and how many different things it penetrates, but it's not the satisfying and horrifying collapse of the structure. Yes. It's not revelatory. There's no delightful ending, delightful or horrifying ending. And that made me think of it. It made me think of one of the configurations that we talked about last time that is still present and has been present almost all or since September, but that I didn't explicitly talk about, which was the Saturn with the North Node, aka Rahu, or the Dragon's Head, is in a natal chart in the Vedic astrology tradition that I studied in, seen as a combination which in an individual's natal chart can indicate a bad death and difficulty passing from this life into what comes next. It's basically an indicator for somebody who's going to get stuck, or if you've got it in your chart, it's often an indicator that one of your parents will have a hard time. But it's an indicator of like a bad ending that it's hard to let go of. And that bad ending has that like bad ending combination is stuck in my mind, where like a lot of bad, unsatisfying endings that don't allow you the release of like full collapse or tragedy, but just kind of keep you on the hook. And that combination works with Saturn, or that combination is present with Saturn with either of the nodes. And so the last time that we had that was actually in 2019. And it was really interesting because that's when Game of Thrones ended badly. That's when the new Star Wars trilogy ended on a very unsatisfying note for people. Like these like endings that sour everything that came before them, right? Like that make you rethink.
I always knew it was astrology's fault for ruining Star Wars and Game of Thrones. Just blame it on astrology.
The whole story. So yeah, that's another. It's
I
just
was in a
something.
funny one. So, yeah, I caught a video the other day which was made me think about the new Neptunian Aries era that we're talking about, which is that there is rumor that they will retcon the last decade of like garbage, the last decade of like this stuff, the woke disappointing nonsense that's ruined it. There is a rumor that it will all be retconned and it'll be like it was a dream all along, or who even knows, but like they'll just switch it back. And that's very interesting and very like, oh, we need a new hero's tale. Neptune and
all right, there's actually, yeah, isoparametrics says, aren't we supposed to be transcending planetary influence? So I subscribe, of course. I'm inspired by, and I follow the Hermetica, the ancient texts of the Egyptian sort of pagan folk. It points out something very interesting regarding that. Yes, by accessing our higher consciousness through our nous, through that holy daimon that is our nous, we transcend the planetary forces, who are archons that are there to challenge and help us in the Hermetic view. It's a very optimistic view, different to Christian Gnosticism with all the, yeah, they're out to get me, yeah, scary Yaldabaoth. Like none of that in the Hermetica, really. So we can transcend those influences soul-wise through initiating our soul through the tunic of fire and all that. But yeah, this is the definitive translation of Dr. M. David Litwa's Hermetica 1 with a Band-Aid, because I use a lot of Band-Aids holding my spot in what I've been using it for presently. And it's on Amazon now. You can get it there from Fount Unlimited. And it's beautiful. And the art by Jose Gabriel Alegria Sabagal is amazing. And it's got the magical formulas for doing the Hermetic liturgy or main ritual work. What was I saying, though? Oh, the view. The planetary forces affect our fate. That is our body. So we can't escape. The one thing we can't escape, and this is why astrology isn't so important, is our fatum, our fate, and the influences of the planets on our bodies. We can free our souls and by uniting it with our spirit through the way of Hermes, but our bodies are at the mercies of the fates, of the planets, of the cosmos, because we're part of the cosmos. We're of its nature. And the Hermetica goes into this with very elucidated details and commentary by Dr. M. David Litwa, and I recommend you all get it from Amazon straight away. Yeah, actually I should post an affiliate link, because my recording of the audiobook on that for Audible was all a gift. So I have no qualms about posting an affiliate link for buying that book, because I had no, yeah, I just my collaboration was a gift, a work of love, and the results speak for themselves, I think, in every case. So there you go. Yeah, you need to pick that up. Yeah, it just came out. I don't know what to say about that. So yeah, Bo Jackson says, I read recently someone's thoughts on Eastern Enlightenment being newly introduced in Western mysticism around 18th, 19th centuries. And it's yeah, well, yeah. It's no Western mysticism. It's not Eastern Enlightenment isn't grafted on Western mysteries. There's just people who ignore the Western versions and now tend more towards the Eastern versions because of its introduction into the West. It wasn't adopted because it doesn't fit. Like Buddhist enlightenment and the eradication of consciousness and sentience doesn't fit with the Christian view of the afterlife, or the Gnostic view, or the Hermetic view of the afterlife. They don't work together. So it hasn't usurped Western views of enlightenment or divinization, yeah, theosis, right? Like these are the Western ideas are alive and well, but some people now in the West tend to these Eastern traditions, and that's fine. That's all good. All right.
Aries era, we'll see.
That feels very par for the course these days. There's been a lot of like, let's just not talk about it. Like with big things, with small things, it's like,
Oh, another point on this Eastern thing. This is where you see now people trying to interpret Western paths as left hand or right hand path, and so people now say that like, oh, satanic witchcraft is left hand path and Golden Dawn is right hand path. See, that's the fallacy. Those people have no right to bring that Eastern concept into the West. We don't have those ideas. The Golden Dawn's not a right hand path. You can call yourself whatever you want, but like you can't just import a foreign system of definitions and then chop up a foreign culture or Western traditions by that rationale. So that's the point. The reason for bringing that up is that's where you see a traces of the attempts of these thoughts grafted on, as you say, grafted on. So yeah, the Hermetica does show otherwise. Indeed, it does show a core tradition of Western paganism that is completely separate to Christian Gnosticism and early Christianity, Judaism, and especially Eastern traditions like Buddhism or Hinduism.
Let's just move on. Look at the new thing. We don't need to understand what's happened. We definitely don't need to like rethink our decision-making process or try to extract hard wisdom from it. Let's just move it on. And so, and so our, our bad ending that we would rather forget, configuration lasts until February of next year of 2026. We got 2 more months left of the pause that has not refreshed.
Yeah. So Swamp Ass dries up at the end of February. It's a very dry month here. So
yeah, it's there'll be a flamethrower blow dry on the ass.
Very cool. Well, anything else we need to, because that's a good example of like, okay, whether we want to or not, are we taking from 2025 into 2026? And let's kind of look at the overall arc of the year before we do the half, right? So 2026, nested in context, top line shape of where we are.
Right. Well, okay. So if we're looking at all of what we can draw from 2025 and apply to 2026, the like fast and crazy seeming out of nowhere, out of control, or boy, that escalated quickly facets of 2025 were the ones that occurred when the outer planets moved into the positions that they'll be in for all of 2026, all of 2027, a good chunk of 2028 and beyond. Like the swamp ass period that we're getting towards the end of now that we're just talking about, that's over once we get to mid-February and doesn't come back. And so it's the like fast, crazy, seeming out of control, questionable decision making, decisive but with bad judgment sort of 2025 that we get for a lot of 2026.
Decisive but with bad judgment. Yes. Yeah. God. All right. But because when we were doing the planning for this call, I think it was 24, the first half of 24, we were talking about like not to be distracted by the fireworks. Like it's going to look like war or whatever and then not be. This time you can be. Like this, the step change in reality that happens. End of film. You can be. No, when I say distracted by it, it's like that's not a trick. That's what it is now. This is the new thing. So it's not a false dawn, it's an actual dawn.
Right. Well, and that like that speaks to the nothing ever happens meme. I think, and so things kind of happened, but then kind of didn't in 2025. And so I think with 2026, we enter the era of things actually happen.
Yes, agreed. Yeah, that's so all right. shape of the year then. So we've spoken about, and we'll get into detail because it's H1. There's the new reality emerges with the drying off of the swamp-ass Saturn and so on, moving into where they're going to be for a minute. Like all the outers from Saturn out, where they're going to be for a minute. I guess that's April for Gem. But what else do we need to know about the general shape of the year? Not too much. Like there's a switcheroo in June, or there's a surprise bitch in June. But like, is there anything we need to say about? Oh, I know what it is. We need to talk about early 2027 so that we can talk about the shape of 2026.
Yeah. So the way I'd like to approach that is 2026 has a lot of big exclamation point Mars moments, which 2025 did not have. So really, to simplify, there is in April a Mars Saturn co-presence. The Saturn Neptune conjunction in Aries is visited by Mars from April 10th to May 18th. Mars Saturn is a big, bloody, loud, fiery deal. Always is. And then about 2 months later, in early July, leading up to the 4th, we have Mars conjoining Uranus in Gemini for the first time. Mars-Uranus combinations are, how should we say, explosive, jarring. The last Mars-Uranus conjunction we had was at the end of Taurus, and that was within a day of Trump getting his ear clipped by the assassin's bullet, right? Like they're potentially game changers. And this will be the first one we have in Gemini. It is well worth noting that Mars together with Uranus in Gemini was present in the United States Declaration of Independence chart, and that a lot of my country's sort of big crazy ass moments,
I gotta say, it's sort of unfair that, Canada's not big enough to have astrologers giving us some insights. It's always very American-centric. So, hey, if any of you astrologers out there want to do some forecasting for Canada, I'd listen. I'd be curious. But anyway, back to the center of the world. Wink.
Such as in World War II, such as in the Civil War, have come during Mars-Uranus together in Gemini together moments. One of which being the only military deployment of nuclear weapons. The bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki was during a Mars-Uranus conjunction in Gemini, right? And the twin bombs, the twin bombs were released. So I'm not suggesting we're having Hiroshima and Nagasaki as.
You should get the Canadian astrologers, to, share some forecasts for Canada.
Early as July, but it is a combination that has a lot of history and ties into the U.S. chart and the trajectory of the United States through history. We will get 2 more of those before Uranus is done with Gemini, 1 every 2 years. And then in the fall, actually specifically November, we have a really interesting combination of where we have Mars conjunct the South Node or tail of the dragon and Jupiter at the end of Leo for quite some time. I'm still thinking about that one, but it's very significant. And then that leads into the very end of the year where things have seemingly kind of gone quiet as Mars has entered Virgo, but it's at the end of the first week of 2027, Mars stations retrograde in Virgo, and we will have a hell of a retrograde. Not too long into that, maybe let's see, it would be in the second half of February of 2027. We have a big bloody moon eclipse right on top of that Mars retrograde, which really puts a lot of exclamations around it. So we've got several like big Mars things, and there are other unpleasant Mars things, but those are my Those
Yeah.
are those are the ones those are the tier 1 Mars moments. And yeah, I'll just stick with that for now.
Yeah. Because when we want to talk about 2026, there's some stuff, particularly in January, which we'll get to now, which is almost like the beginning of a Mars story that extends outside of puny human calendars. Like it's not so much that it's a multi-year. It's like stuff that's going on carries on past the next Christmas, and you kind of need to know that to talk about this, because we're looking at war patterns in an age of air. And one of the things we spoke about was, well, what does that look like? Because the various models that I'm looking at here have war running for too many years for an era in which we have things like drones and nuclear weapons. We have like this long period of wartime, as if we're still doing trenches and things. And it's like, well, how is this going to play out? And we had that discussion. It's like it's like tornado weather. Like it's 80% chance of war weather for longer periods of time, and how we at this side of it look at where that may potentially condense is telling stories of Mars.
Yeah. Well, that was one of the things I've been trying to do, and succeeding to some small extent, is get a sense of what is normal during the periods of time that are the age of air, which is 200 years at a time, where Jupiter and Saturn conjoin in air signs, because we just entered that at the end of 2020, early 2021, and it's the beginning of 200 years. And so when we look back at those periods, which are roughly 1200 to 1400, roughly 400 to 600, roughly 400 to 200 BCE, we see a number of patterns. Number one, it's where all the good plagues are. And so plague is normal. But I was specifically interested in thinking about war. And in addition to having some sort of big conquests that break up existing sort of ossified orders, such as Alexander's conquest of the Eastern Mediterranean, or the Genghis Khan's conquest of most of Eurasia, or the I guess Western European conquest of the Western Roman Empire. Again, all of them serving to break up ossified empire structures that had developed during the previous age. But once you get past those big dramatic ones, you have a lot of chronic conflict where things don't really get decided. One of the better examples of this that also can stand in for some of the others is that we get the first 60 some years of the 100 Years' War during one of these air eras, where there's like this 2-decade period that's still part of the 100 Years' War, and then this 15-year period, which is a different section of the 100 Years' War. And as I was looking at that, it made a lot of sense of some of the things we've already seen, where even though big things happen, like there's been a tremendous and bloody land war in Ukraine for years now, and Israel and Palestine have never, or I don't know, this is the bloodiest this is the bloodiest conflict they've had for ever
Since Israel, yeah.
Yeah. Like, this is number one. And, as well as in the United States, just like dropping a lot of bombs on Iran sending a lot of rockets to Israel. And yet it's sort of somehow not broken normal. It's just sort of felt normal. And so when I was looking at the history, this sort of like, oh, well, yeah, it's a 100 Years' War. Like, these things just like, it's fires that just don't go out. Or they gutter for a while, but then they're relit in 2 years or 5 years. And so it seemed, again, I'm trying to adapt my thinking to what is normal in the era that we've just entered into.
And I think for a specific World War III moment.
That's such a great question. Austin Kopach rocks. I've only watched a few of his things, but I've read a lot of his stuff. Everyone I know speaks very highly of him. And I have used a Sphere and Sundry product once. I did get one once. Anyway, what a great question that he just asked. Yeah, what is normal?
And you said this not last year. Yes, last year, because it's the end of 2025, that it's going to look like, which technically all world wars are, but we know it. Everyone knows what we mean here. Like, it's going to look like the reignition, coming back to guttering fires, of like conflict lines wherever they happen to be, like North and South Korea, et cetera, et cetera. That's what it looks like here, because it's air. It is that. It's not like, well, here's the battle line, and here are my trenches, and here are your trenches, and let's just have at it, and let's just attrition each other, and then sign a treaty and move on with our lives.
Right, and that's because, and it's understandable, but I think confusing that we have this sort of idea of war set by the last 100 or even last 200 years, where it's like a huge deal. It's very climactic, and then it's over very finally, and the world has changed in the wake of it. And then we live for decades in the wake of that solid structure, which is left behind by a climactic conflict. And I don't think, I don't think we have, the same intensity and then resolution, like clean, if devastating resolution structure for this century. I don't think that's what war is going to look like.
No, very good. All right. So with that as the wider context, what do you think? Shall we go month by month or transit by transit? What are you feeling?
Yeah, I think month by month is a pretty approachable way to do it, and not too out of sync with the way the planets are moving this year. So,
awesome.
The first month of the year, January, is a standout in terms of how many planets are not visible in the sky. We have Mars and Venus, and then for a lot of January, Mercury all hiding behind the sun's radiant skirts. You won't see him rise, you won't see him set with the naked eye. And so where have Mars and Venus and Mercury gone? And so they're all doing conjunctions with the sun. They're all doing, which, are literally, visibly, like a very important meeting that you can't see. Like it's consequences, the consequences of what's planned may be very significant, especially in retrospect when you look back at that time, but you can't see what's going on. And it's really, and so all the planets do this. They make a conjunction with the sun relative to our position. We can't see what happens, but that's considered the beginning of a cycle, right? The most obvious version, or the most approachable version of this, is the new moon, which happens every month, where sun and the moon conjoin, but you can't see the moon during that time. What are they planning? And so to have basically Mercury, Venus, and Mars, to have all three of them doing these the same month is somewhat rare and significant. On a personal or an individual level, this feels like there's a lot going on inside, and you'll be thinking a lot about the last cycle for Venus, the last cycle for Mars, and then the much shorter cycle for Mercury. But there's a Janus facing, considering the past and thinking about what you want to do going forward, right? Which
it's a beautiful, like, on an individual, like on a microcosmic basis, it's actually a really delightful time to have this happen, like January.
Right. Like there's, right. Like how convenient. People, culturally, there's a lot of pressure to do that anyway in January. Right. And it's kind of nice that we have three planets all doing that in a short period of time. And of course, important decisions, important like weighing and judging and sorting and keeping and discarding, like, do need to take place under cover of darkness, right? Like beneath the rays of the sun. Like there's So the, how should we say?
It's literally like love, fitness, and money. Like if you think about the three of them that are there, those are the resolution. That's what you should like. Let that be the, oh, I'm going to sit and do my weighing and visioning
Yeah.
with that energy.
Right. Mars, like what's worth fighting for? Right. Where does my struggle, my capacity for struggle go? Right. Because we have a finite capacity for struggle, but where we invest our struggle can pay off quite a bit or create more problems. Right. And with Venus, it's like, what is actually worth anything? Right. Like, what do I like? What do I love? Right. Who do I love? And then how am I going to do that? Move closer to that, maintain that, et cetera, et cetera.
I will say this is one of this year, unlike any other year in quite a long time, at least, I paid a lot of attention to what was going on in January astrologically, and made decisions that are like they're discussing. I mean, diet wise, but more than that, it's about planning out the future sort of that you want by prioritizing the present. And it's really helped, is my point. It's been a good use of astrological divination, shall we say, to navigate the times we've had and weather them. So a lot to be said for paying attention to these details and learning enough basic astrology that you can assess things like I did for myself, because I'm a very basic astrologer, who's been studying it though since forever. This is the book. This will be the next one I'm gonna probably read. I found this one today in my mother's things. It's on the heavenly spheres, a treatise on a traditional astrology. It's got a chart it's got Karl Marx's chart in here. I thought that would be a fun one to do a little chat live stream of Karl Marx's chart and get my mom's input. That would be fun.
And then, Mercury, what are my sneaky little moves, right? Where does my cleverness go?
On a geopolitical basis, something that has emerged over the last year is the most important factor in geopolitics is who is and isn't in the room. So if you look at the Trump White House's negotiation tactics, and some of them are quite good, frankly, of like isolating the bloodthirsty EU plans from trying to de-escalate and solve. Even without that, it's a game of who is and isn't in the room. Like, can Cullis permanently remove Russia from the G8 if they ever get back in? Is who is and isn't in the room. There's the peripatetic nightmare that is Trump's son-in-law showing up everywhere.
Gordon White, brother, dropping the P-bomb. His peripatetic son-in-law means you travel a lot, right? You don't stay in one place. Anyway, good word. Like famously, like the peripatetic mendicants, the priests who would travel place to place, the mendicant friars, they were peripatetic. It's a good word. Drop that on someone sometime. They'll be like, ooh, that's one of them good words. You'll be like, yeah, I use them good words.
Like, oh, I'm going to run a Gaza rebuild. Now I'm in Moscow. Who is and isn't in the room is, and thus who gets to hear what is spoken about and what plans are made is like the geopolitical moment. And so when we look at January, and then when we look at which has this secret meetings configuration, and then we look at what the rest of the year is going to do, whilst it's quite nice on a personal basis, some significant meetings will happen in January that we will not be privy to unless Jared Kushner listens to this show.
Right. Well, and there are, right. And this is significant because, each one of these cycles is meaningful in and of itself, but having all three occur in a short time frame, is pretty unusual. And so it means 4 planets in the same sign right next to each other. And that gets called in some older texts an assembly of planets. And I like that language, this assembly. And then this assembly moves together for a while. Like already as we're speaking, Mars and Venus are not really very visible without ideal viewing conditions. And so what's, I suppose, a little bit more ominous is that this assembly of Sun, Mercury, Venus, and Mars, shortly after making those conjunctions with each other or making those conjunctions with the Sun, all 4 of them move across Pluto, or our new friend Pluto in Aquarius. And so, what is that? From the 19th to the 26th of January, we have.
If you're really into astrology, then the Pluto and Aquarius thing is the one thing that I've been really focused on, mainly by the mechanism of curiously asking my veteran astrologer mother. She's been doing it, practicing astrology since 1972. And so I would ask her questions about Pluto and Aquarius mostly, and then I would record what she said and put it on YouTube. There's a whole little playlist of them. Very interesting stuff.
4 planets all conjoin Pluto exactly. If you looked at the chart for any one of those days, it just looks like a pile of stuff on top of Pluto. And so, we have Pluto in Aquarius, since it's moved in a couple years ago, seems to be primarily correlated with the with AI, with not for a little bit now, but
I mean, he's really dancing around saying the phrase like death of humanity. Pluto entering Aquarius, Aquarius is the humanitarianism, or death of humanitarianism, death of rise of the AI.
But with the like alien stuff, and
there's
alien
too,
stuff is like one
course.
of the thought forms around Pluto and Aquarius. But the AI stuff, as well as the sort of looming threat of cyberpunk tech company oligarchy as the governance system for the century. And so
that will be the governance
one example of conjunctions with Pluto giving these kind of vibes was the Trump inauguration last year.
We're basically entering Shadowrun without the elves and trolls, unfortunately. That would be fun.
At the beginning of this year, which had conjunctions with Pluto, and at which the presence of tech oligarchs was conspicuous and widely commented upon.
This is metaphoric, potentially literal kissing of the new Archon ring. And it's like, it feels to me like, oh, it's go time on this plan. It's this, whatever that happens to be. I think it's go time on the EU false flag that happens a little bit later. But it's definitely like go time on the plan. Like everyone has to parade in front of.
Occultology, you're getting, or no, Cyberpunk, the game Cyberpunk, the pen TTRPG pen and paper game, had no elves. Shadowrun had elves. Cyberpunk didn't have elves. That's why it wasn't as good as Shadowrun, which did have elves. Everything's better with elves. Don't let anyone gaslight you into thinking it isn't.
The new Lord of the Underworld's throne, right? So it's like go time on like, oh, I guess everyone is on board with basically Peter Thiel and the rest of those nightmares vision for what the world, whether that they achieve that is different. It does seem like that's what that looks like to me. Those two things look like secret plan that then gets signed off by the new Lord of the Underworld.
Yeah, that's certainly like 4 planets conjunct Pluto. It's literally an assembly before the weird planet that's not a planet, that's just kind of lurking at the edge of the solar system party and staring in enviously.
The FOMO planet. Yeah, the planet of FOMO.
So,
Awesome.
so
Go on.
I think that and so I think January will be relatively quiet, right? Because there's a lot happening beneath the surface. There's a lot, and that's true internally as well. And the Pluto internally, right, is like how are we adapting to the amoral evolutionary pressure of the present? And I mean evolutionary in the like cruel Darwinian sense rather than in the spiritual unfolding sense. Like Pluto often represents this amoral and potentially illogical set of forces that are nonetheless very powerful during a time period which we have to adapt to, whether whether we should have to or not. And it's like, okay, how are we adapting to the powerful but amoral sort of current?
It is funny that sci-fi didn't predict wireless. It's funny the blind spots we have, just like no one saw AI being as powerful. Like, did you see the new animation? Yeah, like, yeah. Very soon, I'll just be putting on my glasses, my contact lenses, and say, I want Daniel Day-Lewis as William Butler Yeats and Aleister Crowley, played by, he was young then, so maybe, I don't know, one of these guys who would play a good 25-year-old today, Aleister Crowley. Or it could actually be, it's AI, so it could get a famous actor and de-age him. Get Christopher Lee, 25-year-old Christopher Lee as Aleister Crowley, and I want you to recreate their lives and interactions together based off all the public knowledge and using your own creative story. And then it'll just put me in that world. It'll just put me in that world, and I could even be a character in it, or just walk around and witness it as holodeck. You don't need the holodeck because you don't need the deck. You just need the contact lenses. This is where we are imminently going to be. It's kind of already here. We just don't fully know it yet. We haven't, like, the toys haven't caught up to where the tech's at, but it's here already.
And shaping the present.
Very Borg, we will adapt. Like it's yeah. Pluto and Aquarius said with Borg voice, we will adapt. That's good. That's a really potent way of framing how you, listening to this, sit with what Pluto does in your life. It's like, you're like, you don't get to decide if you want this or not. This is what's happening.
Bittersweet hearing them talk about Pluto and death and endings. It's so bittersweet today. Thanks for being here with me, everyone. It's awake.
Borg adapt.
Yeah, or how.
Oh, I bet Gordon White would appreciate that. John Candy as Aleister Crowley, 25-year-old. But Crowley was like a fit mountain climber back then, right? John Candy was always the gentle giant. Yeah, William Gibson, shout out Vancouver, my hometown. William Gibson. I went to the same Dalai Lama meet and greet as William Gibson, but then I ended up meeting the Dalai Lama outside and getting blessed by him and all of the whole shtick that they do. So I didn't get to meet William Gibson, but that's actually who I was more excited to meet at the event, held by one of my seminary classmates, who also was the head law department professor at the Center for Asian Law at UBC. And that's how this happened. That's why I met the Dalai Lama, but not William Gibson, he was my Dalai Lama. William Gibson's my Dalai Lama. Meeting the Dalai Lama was all those fun and games and stuff, but like, no, man, William Gibson, fucking shout out. Neuromancer. I can't wait to, experience my Neuromancer fantasy in an AI universe. I'm sure it'll happen. I don't really want this, but like, it's happening anyway, so we may as well get some enjoyment out of it.
To resist being Borg adapted, but like,
And I will say, you know, one thing people don't talk about is the applications for education. So education's in trouble right now. Some of these tools that are some of the problems created by social media and the internet will be solvable with the AI as tools. Because most people don't get to sit in a room and listen to a truly great teacher teach. Most people don't get that chance. AI could fix that. And then imagine how compelling classes or learning a subject will be when it's a full-on 3D experience that engages all your senses and puts you in the seat of the action. Like, you're gonna learn things. You could learn medieval combat by actually experiencing medieval combat, or, you know, learn being an electrician by, I don't know. Just use your imagination. You all know, you're all smarty pants. Everyone here is probably very smart and wonderful. Yeah.
The Borg are there and adapting the environment to the cube. But it's like, okay, so that's the situation. You can't be like, well, you know, that's really wrong. We should, somebody should do something about that. Like the Pluto is always nobody's doing anything about it for quite some time, right? It's here. And so how are you adapting to that situation, or how are you effectively avoiding it? Which is, one of nature's top 3 adaptations is don't be there.
True. Alrighty, anything else for January before we move into the most exciting one way or the other couple of months?
Yeah. At the very end, Neptune sneaks back into Aries and will be there for 13 more years. So the sad but beautiful dream of Neptune and Pisces is finally over, and the exciting, heroic, and potentially violent and stupid dream of Neptune and Aries is here, right? It's here until almost the end of the next decade.
Nice. All right. So February. March,
right,
April.
right. Yeah. So, right. It's a 1, 2, 3 punch, which is almost as common as the 1, 2 and somewhat more effective. It is the eve of Valentine's Day here on the North American continent when Saturn moves back into Aries, right? We had this retreat back into Pisces, which began in September after having a preview of Saturn and Aries as a treat from the end of May until September. But come February 13th, Saturn is back in Aries until the second quarter of 2028. And again, that is whereas the Saturn Pisces is the sort of gives us that moist, sodden, rotting trench foot. My dreams have curdled, and my hopes have turned to, I don't know, maybe despair, maybe just disappointment, et cetera, to the let's move fast and stupid. That's the Saturn and Aries way, right? They'll be decisive regardless of how good your judgment is. Or things are decided and you just need to keep up, right? It's that energy, which we saw particularly over the summer, here in the Northern Hemisphere in 2025. And so Saturn is not only back in Aries, it's with Neptune, and the two make the only perfect by the minute conjunction that they're ever going to make about a week later. And so the Saturn Neptune conjunctions are pretty important. They're about every 36-ish years.
Isn't this the time? This is the now, right? What they're talking about, the Saturn conjuncting Neptune, is this time, I think. Am I getting that wrong of when he passed? Leading up to it, first, second week of May. I don't
know. It's the collision of the, how should we say, the judgmental, practical things. Things have mass and cannot coexist in the same space. Saturn principle with the power the power of dreaming with Neptune. And so part of what this does is it confirms some dreams or visions, makes them real, and it also demolishes other dreams. Right. In
One of the things,
general, it tends to be, even though, it is important to note which dreams make it through the Saturn Neptune conjunctions, which ones are confirmed. Usually, it's more of a period of disappointment or confusion, because the dream logic really fucks up all of the like real and measurable things that are Saturn's job to oversee.
I did the Cass Tyndall's Year Ahead workshop the other week in Brisbane, and one of the ways she categorized it, which is sort of what you're saying there, is what you thought was real may turn out not to be real. And that's in your life, that's in how the world works, or so on. Because it's kind of an interesting combination, right? Because Saturn's in full there. So it's not so much Saturn isn't the stronger player in it, in the sense of it's not only crushing dreams. It's actually the opportunity to thoughtfully construct a new reality for oneself moving forward, like the building a cathedral idea. But it's also Neptune's coming in to show what is a real structure and was not and is not, right? So it's a very interesting, powerful moment, I think.
Yeah, it is. And it's interesting because the two have been so close for years, but in Pisces. And so they only finally make perfect contact in a different sign, in Aries. And they conjoin in the very first degree of Aries, of 0 Aries, which is a very powerful place. It's where the sun is on the day of the equinox, the vernal in the north. And so it's a very powerful initiatory position. And so, yeah, it's the beginning of new dreams that would become real. And
Hey, Captain Diabetes. That's quite the Captain Diabetes. Sadly, this is not a joke. Sorry. It's very sad news, and we're remembering him as
then end of a cycle for dreams that bid to become real, and some of them will sort of get the official stamp, right? Like you get to continue into the next 36 years, and then others, which are shorter lived, will be threshed and returned back to the compost pile. And so, in addition to that, the Saturn Neptune conjunctions, for whatever reason, play a very conspicuous role in Russian history. During the last exact conjunctions, which were in 1989, we saw the Berlin.
What are these strange cups he's always drinking from? I would love to find out if anyone knows. I'm sure those of you who knew him better know what concoction he's imbibing.
In the fall of the Berlin Wall and the departure of most members of the Warsaw Pact, which led to the dissolution of the Soviet Union about 2 years later. The one before the Saturn Neptune conjunctions before that, which were in the early 50s, saw the death of Stalin and a very meaningful directional shift in the Soviet Union. The one before that the ones before that are the beginning of the Russian Revolution, not the conclusion, right? Because the Civil War lasts several years, but the beginning of the Russian Revolution in earnest. And then the one before that is the assassination of Tsar Alexander II? And then the one before that, there actually isn't a crazy, there isn't a crazy historical moment in Russian history. We can go back further and we get other significant moments, but we do have to go back to 1846 for a Saturn-Neptune conjunction that isn't really pivotal in Russian history. And unless the birth chart is the wrong year, which it could be for Vladimir Putin. He was also born during a during the Saturn Neptune conjunction in the early 50s, and so we also have a leader that has that signature. And so, just with this, now that we're in Saturn Neptune town properly, it's one can't.
Yeah, I figured it was a special cool device. Like they have you get the Greek coffee in the Turkish Greek coffee cups. Like, yeah, I like that sort of stuff. I get into those things in phases and really enjoy them, those sort of traditions and tea ceremonies and stuff. And I was curious what the one he's into was. So that's cool. Yerba mate. Very cool.
Not watch Russia, right? Because most of the time it's a really big fucking deal. Maybe this is like the 1846 one where it's like a lot of Europe is having revolutions, but the Tsar keeps things relatively stable-ish. But there are parallels we could draw to some of the other instances. And it's worth noting that even though the two conjoin exactly for the one and only time towards the end of February, they will be co-present, right? They will both be in Aries and sharing space until the second half of the second quarter of 2028, right? Yeah. So that's a big deal. That Saturn Neptune.
No report on how he passed.
Is a big deal. And in order to accentuate it, we have an eclipse that is ruled by Saturn. We have a solar eclipse in Aries, a solar eclipse in Aquarius, which is ruled by Saturn.
He's a doctor. Is Austin Kopuk a medical doctor? I don't know what you're saying. That astrologer is a freaking doctor. Is he a doctor of love?
Within a day and a half of that exact conjunction of Saturn and Neptune. And so, what is that? The 18th of February, we have a solar eclipse in Aquarius, which is not only occurring at the same time as that Saturn-Neptune conjunction.
He mentioned in the video, so you say, he went to a super sketchy area and you've been to that same area in Peru in December and had to leave. Yeah, I mean, he mentions that in the video. Doctor of Astrology. Okay, yeah, for sure. I totally agree.
But is also directly looking to Saturn for quote unquote guidance. The wisdom, the wisdom and sobriety of said guidance, I greatly doubt. But it's like it's the first of the string of firecrackers that goes off during H1.
Yeah. We'll talk about it a little bit later as well, I suppose. But in terms of the various arrays in Armstrong's model, February is a panic cycle in most markets, particularly European ones. So like February, March is the most kinetic moment, followed by August for panic cycles. And the way they're showing up is kind of, it's usual, like there's a 60%, if you unfocus your eyes, alignment here because it's Europe. So it's consequently Russia more when it comes to this year and that moment. So it's one of those like, yeah, okay, cool. That's the step change. And it's almost like coming back to what Cass said. It's like, you'll know what isn't real. What you thought was real maybe wasn't, can be things like peace agreements and so on. Because if we look at what the arrays are, it looks to him like it's going to look like in January, February, peace is going to break out, but it won't. So that's the surprise switcheroo towards the end of Q1 for him that's showing up in different currencies. And it's that step change into, oh no, actually, this is what we're doing. This is the thing.
Yeah, I think it'll be really like that second half of February will be really jarring. It's also worth noting that eclipse, which is the 17th, not the 18th, is co-present with Mars, right? So in Aquarius, you got Mars, Pluto, and then Sun, the Moon doing an eclipse, which again, it doesn't look particularly peaceful. I would not look at that and think peace, but I don't know. There are so many surprises and moments that will seem crazy or nonsensical this year that I'm ready to not be surprised by being surprised.
Good point. And then that's an eclipse, but it's also we were talking before, and let's move on to it. Like that's a theme that runs for the next couple of months, almost like a head injury, and it's like, wait, my head is spinning. Let's see if I can't get reality to stabilize. But yeah,
and we kind of like that eclipse is sort of our it's the all aboard the crazy train, which keeps going but has distinct phases for the next couple months. And so as we get into the end of February and the beginning of March, we're waiting for the other eclipse to drop. And that second eclipse will be in Virgo. Excuse me. Yeah, that second eclipse will be in Virgo on March 3rd. And we have opposite that, like on the other side, with the sun, we have Mars and Mercury, which is stationing retrograde. And then what we have for a lot of March is the aftermath of that eclipse, which is in Virgo. So it's Mercury ruled, right? Like the site of destruction.
So for those who might be listening later, apparently he had a heart condition, and the letter this morning, the email said Gordon left this world while traveling in Peru, following his life's passion, learning and experiencing traditional magic and shamanic practice so he could continue to teach and help others to successfully navigate life. That's really beautiful. And absolutely, I'm sure all our hearts go out to James, his partner, and the families, because I mean, this is what I obviously went through 2 years ago, and it's rough. You can't recover from this stuff. There's no recovery. There's just life afterward, and it's never the same, and you just got to keep going.
The site of whatever eclipsing is Mercury's terrain, right? It's in Virgo. And so we look to what's going on with Mercury, and Mercury is in like a almost perfectly awful condition for all of March. It is in the sign of its fall, Pisces, right? Which Pisces is great. Mercury is great. It's very hard to do details and accounting and all of the like clever and clear distinctions that mercurial work depends upon in Pisces. So Mercury is in its fall. It is retrograde. It is the ruler of the eclipse, and it is also right there with Mars, and right there with the Dragon's Head or the North Node for pretty much that whole time. And so it's Mercury retrograde, but with a variety of performance enhancers injected into it. It's potentially like quite dangerous confusion, miscommunication, misinformation, like it's standard Mercury stuff, but it is more dangerous and the confusion is much more dangerous than usual.
Yeah. Okay. Could also be capital controls. I mean, it's not quite restrictive, but that's one of the things that comes with war in Europe is they'll get the first digital currency grid. But I'm expecting that more on the trines. But it's interesting you say it that way. Like, well, what is it confusing? Like, I don't know how this is going to go. Can I move this? Does this still work? does this currency still work? Seems that kind of, because it's Pisces, seems kind of like, all right.
Yeah, and with Mercury, you have like this back, you have the back and forth.
Exactly.
Because it's retrograde, right? Where you're like, well, I thought it was going this way. Actually, it's going the opposite. But now that I look at it, maybe it's what I first thought. But like, again, an extra lack of clarity, which makes making smart or clever moves very difficult during this period of time. We also have the Mercury delivering very bad news, with it being with Mars and Rahu.
When you roll out something like capital controls, it doesn't Like it is that. It's like, oh well, what if I need to get money to a charity in Africa? It's like I think that's allowed. Just give me a minute. Like it is actually not. It's a very retrograde process anyway, right? Because it's like, wait, so but does that mean this now that we have a digital currency, can I still use this bill for €100 and up? It's like I just that. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Like, disastrous rollouts of some technical system change would be very par for the course. We had a pretty nasty Mercury retrograde in Q4 of 2025, and that's when Windows rolled out, or the mandatory hop to Windows 11 happened, which was their least popular, most bemoaned system change for 20 some years. Like that sort of thing. We're like, oh, we're doing it this way, and it's a fucking nightmare. That right, like that's very normal for this kind of hyper afflicted Mercury situation.
Yeah. Interesting. Very cool. No, very cool. Like, all right, that's going to be.
There's something worth. So Isoparametric says this guy's astrological outlook is kind of depressing so far. I mean, I think it's normal to focus on the issues. I think that's a normal way of using this sort of divinatory practice, and because the planets govern our fates, and the positives in our reality is often, not always, obviously there's good astrological things that happen and they could talk about that, but maybe this is a bummer year, who knows. But the real benefits come from us understanding how these tides and currents move, and using our practices, our religion, our spirituality to work with them, do magic to flow with them or transform certain energies. And that's where a lot of the positivity comes, is in our response to the fate that we are meted out. Those are my thoughts on that. There's obviously a lot to say on that topic, but you know yourselves. But yeah, I agree with you.
Yes.
Yeah. And so
that's going to be the thing that comes after the end of Feb. All right.
Yeah, and what's interesting is it actually resembles March of 2025 a lot, which had a lot of really had similarly confusing configurations, but Mars wasn't involved in 2025. So it was more like damage through confusion and volatility, but there wasn't like you didn't have Mars the damager.
Yeah, like I love that you said that, isoparametrics. All these aspects typically have a positive aspect and a challenge. Exactly. I mean, this is one of those things that the Hermetica brings us with its view of the planets and astrological challenges as being distinct from other views, in which it tells you to focus on Thanksgiving and what you have. So it's amazing how 1800 years ago they're talking about just be thankful. And then we have today the whole like gratitude movement, right? Just every day just post what you're thankful for and think positively. It's like, well, there is something to that. And they knew that a very long time ago, that is the healthiest response to the circumstances we find ourselves in life, as conditioned by the planetary influences, the archons, however you want to see them, these depressing forces, as you called them previously, that are Austin Pollock is calling out and forecasting. So yeah, we learn to work with them. Like I'm very productive during Mercury retrograde. I know what things to not focus on, and I focus on the things that are harmonious to it. And so for me, Mercury retrograde is like a period where I have like superpowers and get so much done, but it's because I'm focusing on the right things. And so if you learn to focus on the right things, and also calling for planetary aid and doing rituals and invoking those forces, like, I've got a Mercury talisman on right now that I didn't even make. I think it's like the only one I've ever worn that I not made myself. And, then I, waited for the right planetary timing to do a spica operation following Christopher Warnock's method. And created this talisman I have right next to me. That's a emerald. That's a little emerald with the spica. I engraved the spica sigil on it, and I use that to evoke Alpha Virginis, and all the time I invoke it and say the prayers, focus on the sigils, meditate on the seal. It's a beautiful spiritual experience for me to connect with God, and also focus on the benefits of that planetary force that I always have access to. Just like Mercury is here, and I don't even need the talismans, but they are a nice tool to use to further invoke those forces and to lock them into your life. So yes. Oh yeah. If anyone who's not working with Spica is like, didn't get the newsletter, you didn't get the letter, right? All right. Oh, God, it's been such a depressing day. I hope all of you enjoy just hanging out and having some fun, as do I, to work through my feelings, my emotions. Yes, I don't even have it in me to play a meme. I'm just gonna get back to the recording. I'm almost in a good enough mood to meme, but not quite. So yeah, the positivity in an astrological forecast is often our response to them. But good forecasts are also good. But if you don't do much during a good forecast, then it's like, what's the point? You probably don't even notice that it's a good period. Just like, oh, this felt like an easy day or an easy week. So again, you're not getting much benefits, and you're also not suffering many problems if you're just sort of floating through life and not really engaging with the world or your destiny or your soul.
The burner, the cutter, as part of it. So it makes it, it's like, it's one thing to be clumsy, to run and fall down. It is another thing to run with scissors, right?
You're welcome.
And to be clumsy and fall down. And so there's scissors in Mercury's hand this time, which makes it, more of an issue. It's worth noting that Jupiter is configured in such a way that there are a number of worst case scenarios that won't quite happen. There's going to be some like saving grace stuff. There'll be a especially on an individual level, a potential for repair that doesn't have to be part of this worst case scenario for Mercury. But it is, right? Like Mercury's still in this terrible position. All these things will tend to happen, but a little saving grace, a little potential for remedy or repair is ambiently present, which is nice. And so just as this is kind of winding down this really confusing period, right? Which we went, just to recap, right? We went Saturn, Neptune are conjunct both in Aries. There's an eclipse that references those. Holy shit. And then we go into super confusing Pisces time. And then just as things might be starting to feel semi-sane, once we get to April.
I was thinking, I haven't stopped thinking about what you said about this guy being a doctor of astrology, and I think it's great. Yeah, we should have more doctors of astrology, but also thinking about doctor as an academic term. When I'm listening to him, Austin, and I'd be a great guy to get on the podcast. Apparently, he's very hard to get, but anyway, Sphere and Sundry. Go check out Sphere and Sundry. They do some beautiful work, and should inspire you to do work as well, similar to theirs, I hope. But what he's doing is nothing similar to what academics do in universities or in academic scholarship. This guy's like bubbling up words from the depths of a kind of knowledge that are far beyond what a PhD would do in studying astrology. They might read some text that he can't read, maybe in Coptic or Latin. But, he's reading in a different way, and he's traveling into this realm of knowledge in a practical as well as an intellectual way, but also being very well apprised, looking at the markets, looking at world history, looking at how revolutions occurred. Like, he's speaking deep out of the depths of this occult wisdom, not so much intellectual or academic or scholarly knowledge, but from the depths of a combination of all of it. and he's using it in a way to access his own higher consciousness, his own nous, his own holy daimon. And that's what you hear speaking from that knowledge, in my opinion. What you hear is the voice within the voice that is talking about what's really going on in our universe, as it is witnessed by his consciousness, by his soul and spirit. And that's what I think you see going on with these really good doctor astrologers, just great astrologers. My mom hits that pace when she's really on a roll as well. And you see it with great prophets, tarot readers, scryers. That's what you see. You're seeing this, the Hermetica the Hermetica says, talks about, with this unity of the soul with the higher consciousness, which is a daimon, and gives us access to more than is in our noggin. Yeah. And so I think it's good to not just reduce someone like him to a doctor, a mere doctor. No, this is prophecy.
10th, Mars moves into Aries, and then we have Mars, Saturn, and Neptune in Aries. And that is, I suppose, one of the things we can say for that is it is not confusing. Mars and Saturn together are very straightforward and brutal, and especially in Aries. And then that portion of events goes from April 10th until May 18th, but the harshest portion of it will all be within April, especially around like 420. We have Mars, Saturn, and Mercury all conjoined within a single degree, because Mercury is caught up and wants to join the party. And so Mars and Saturn, the two traditional malefics, they conjoin roughly every 2 years, and it's always it's a concentration of difficulties, right? You have the like hard, slow malefic, which is Saturn, combined with the hot and the fast, which is Mars. And so you have both like slow moving threats, environmental threats, and then like the quick acute threats come together in the same place. So it's sort of maximum damage concentrated in one area. And so that's as like straightforward a set of crises or wars or disasters as we're going to get. And so I was looking for precedents for that. And so the last time that Mars conjoined Saturn and Neptune in Aries, we had the destruction of the city of Port Royal by fire. And you got to go pretty far back to find a precedent. And I was like, well, that works. It's literally, it's destruction by fire. It's in a fire sign. We have the Neptune component. It's very important. It was a very important Caribbean port. And it's just straightforward devastation with Mars, Saturn. So that's rough. I don't imagine that peace will break out throughout the world during that period. And yeah, should maybe say something less devastating about how that is on an individual level, because it's not that Mars, Saturn, Neptune will break into your house and burn down all of your port cities.
Well, it depends. Like I've got,
They might.
a moon in. I've got a moon in early Aries. So yeah, I might. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah,
I'll avoid Port Royal, and I hope the planets lay off Port Royal as well. They had a terrible hurricane this year.
Right. Yeah, they don't need destruction by water and then fire. But yeah, on a personal level, again, Mars and Saturn conjoin every 2 years. It's not that you've never lived through this horrific conjunction before, but it's maximum pressure in a particular area of life. And very often what it looks like is being pushed beyond reasonable limits, being worked to the bone, where things are multiple challenges sort of intersect in a way that make things temporarily seemingly unendurable. They're usually, in retrospect, quite endurable, but it's usually very stressful and really shitty and annoying for a bit.
Yeah. The January configurations, the January transits were better on an individual basis. It's like, okay, cool. So it's going to be hard and tiring, but I will actually get through it because Mars brings the tiring, but also brings the energy.
Well, and
Yeah.
the Mars, like one very like simple lived version of Mars Saturn conjunction is like Saturn. Oh, I'm really worn down, and Mars says, but all of this needs to be done in 2 days, right? And the consequences will be dire. And so it's like having to, having to go, how should I say, get a week's worth of stuff done in a day and a half when you are already burned out, right? Like the Saturn is like the long term, like you've been accumulating this burnout and stress for months, and it just so happens that that is peaking as this emergency that you don't have the option to not handle comes up, right? Which is like, which is shitty, but again, not beyond human endurance and not apocalyptic.
No. Unless it's Moon in Aries 6. Like there'll be some self-care come June.
Yeah, indeed. And so, I think a lot of this underscores why it is not just potentially pleasant or convenient that we have quieter skies, at least on the surface in January. That like those behind the sun assemblies, I think, offer a period of time to get things together, to on a very mundane level, to establish good habits, to get things oriented so that the 1, 2, 3, the Saturn Neptune eclipse, the very confusing Mercury Pisces stuff, and then the straightforward brutality of the Mars Saturn, like doesn't just completely fuck your plans for the year.
Yeah.
And so getting like it's very difficult to make lasting changes for the better in the middle of like firestorms and confusion, right? So getting that setting your trajectory into that 1, 2, 3, that February, March, April, I think is quite important.
Agreed. And so I was even saying to know that it's in there. One of the things I was thinking about last night in an Andean context, the main reason you eat locally is because Inti Taita, like, so the sun actually beams individualized codes, let's say, for like those local conditions into the plants in the area that you're at. So the reason you eat locally is to get the update, is to get like what the sun god is expecting and has available for you in that area. And it's very interesting that it's sort of like that with January. Like it's
interesting how similar those ideas are to Rudolf Steiner's in biodynamic farming, which I spent a lot of memorable weekends or trips to a biodynamic farm that was owned by the dad of one of my sister's classmates in Waldorf school. And I'd go up there and I'd get to play D&D when I was like 7, 8 years old with the older boys in the family. Their Swiss family, like rich millionaires, and funded the Waldorf school. It kicked it off. And now the high school's closing, sadly, after decades. So sad. Oh my God. Anyway, the biodynamic farming idea of eating locally and having the land and the planets produce the qualities or code that you need for that area is it's such an interesting idea. And I guess they've done a lot of testing on it, more than you would expect. And it's very interesting to me how resistant the powers that be, let's say, are these days to allowing us to grow our own food. Even like tomatoes on your balcony is a problem for some reason. Collecting rainwater is illegal in most places. And farms are just being, we sell the stuff that we grow here locally to other countries, and then we import from that country the stuff that we sold to them that we grew locally. Like, so you get a lot of Chinese cherries in Canada, where I live in Canada, but we grow the best cherries in the world here, and the big ones we sell for $5 a piece to China. I learned this from cherry pickers throughout growing up here my whole life. And so make it make sense. Yeah, I mean, we know why, but the spiritual side of it with the sun god and all that, I love that. I want to get more into that. I'd love to be able to, of course, grow more of my own food, but my diet.
When you have the sun conjunctions, they kind of get new like codes, right? Like codes from Inti. And it's like, so they'll be in there as they're, Mars in particular, but as they're moving around your chart this year, they have got updated codes and just have faith they'll unpack, right? That's, yeah. Eat your Andean potatoes and have faith that the codes will unpack.
I like that. That's nice. And so the consolation prize or the respite begins mid-May, and from mid-May until most of the end of June is I think the best looking stretch of sky in 2026. The Mars Saturn thing breaks up. Mars is off in Taurus. Saturn's still back in Aries. We don't have Mercury retrograde. We don't have eclipses, and both benefics, Jupiter and Venus, are in good condition. We actually have both of them in Cancer for almost a month, and so we have a period that is not only not actively confusing or destructive, but in fact is actively like sweet and reparative, and coherence building. And so that's like May 18th until end of June-ish. And it's at the very end of June, last couple days, that we have a sort of Joker-esque twist that then sets us up for a bit of a crazy train July. We have Mercury, which throughout the second half of June looks like it was just headed towards a nice conjunction with Jupiter in Cancer, but on the 28th it stops 1 degree before Jupiter, and instead of unifying, turns retrograde. Right? It says like, no, actually, we're not going to complete this connection. You thought it was going towards the greater benefic, but actually things are going backward from there. And then the next day, Jupiter nopes out of Cancer and moves into Leo, which is a much harder position for Jupiter, which in practice means less grace, less largesse, less do-overs, less padding. So Jupiter functionally becomes less generous and kind as Mercury says, no, we're not doing that conjunction. And then at exactly the same time, Mars moves into Gemini, which is ruled by the newly retrograde Mercury, and into conjunction with Uranus. And that sets the stage for the July 4th Mars-Uranus conjunction in Gemini, which we spoke about earlier. So we get like this this idle, or this period where it seems like things are going to be repaired or aren't so bad, gets a pretty harsh reversal with 3 factors changing in about a day and a half at the end of June, and then that sets us on the trajectory for July.
Yeah, which is H2. Is you just mentioned Mars to start with. Is the second half of the year less Mars? Is it like who's the man of the match for H2?
Somewhat less, but still relatively Marsy. So we have the Mars Uranus and Gemini, and that's a big deal. And that's because Uranus is so early in the sign, that Uranus is so early in the sign that the exact conjunction happens pretty much right away. It's early July. Oh, worth noting, one of the things I missed in the 1, 2, 3 punch of H1 is that Uranus moves back into Gemini at the end of April, when that Mars Saturn is very hot, which contributes to the overall atmosphere. And then midsummer, mid H3, Mars moves into Cancer, and we get in August, and to a certain degree to a lesser degree in part of September, we get Mars in its fall in Cancer squares Saturn in its fall in Aries. And so Mars Saturn squares have some of the same qualities as the Mars Saturn conjunction, but less completely intense. But there is like a grinding harshness. There is the meeting of like the slow difficulties and the fast difficulties, the accelerator and the brake being hit at the same time and stripping gears. It's harsh, but not as harsh as the period in April and the first part of May. After that, Mars goes into Leo, and there are two significant moments for Mars in Leo. One is earlier-ish, and that is the way that it lines up with the Venus retrograde that we have in October. Venus stations retrograde in Scorpio, and it does so in a T-square with a Mars-Pluto opposition. So Mars in early Leo is opposite our friend Pluto in Aquarius, and then Venus in Scorpio is 90 degrees to both of them. And so that's like a particularly ugly, harsh, upsetting version of the Venus retrograde in Scorpio, which we do every 8 years. So Mars in early Leo really serves to give that Venus retrograde a really ugly, harsh beginning. And then the last one of the last really notable Mars moments in 2026 is when it is in late Leo and it's slowing down in anticipation of the retrograde to come. And what we get is weeks of Mars conjunct Jupiter at the end of Leo, which is
I finally can announce the new Arcana Synaxis 5. It looks like it's this Friday, so it took us a while to get it together. So warning, Arcana Synaxis 5 this Friday, live, right here. Yeah, okay, we're just getting that confirmed late. Cool, but I'm glad it's confirmed. I don't know how much these other guys like Ike Baker or Eleftheria or Sky know about Gordon, but yeah, I'm sure it'll come up. Sad day. All right, let's maybe we have time. Maybe I can handle wrapping this up. You guys want me to wrap this up?
In of itself is a very it
means a lot how many of you are here and remembering Gordon.
It's like it's a jolly conqueror, like big confidence, big achievement sort of configuration, but those two are conjoined the dragon's tail, or the south node, the eclipse point. And so we have like a weird potentially destructive shadow energy woven into that Mars Jupiter conjunction. And although Mars Jupiter, like that jolly conqueror energy, can be great on a personal level, given the context of the world and 2026.
I really think I'm gonna probably end up reading all his books and probably watching all of his videos. Hopefully they stay available over the course of my life, and I'm gonna share my thoughts, because there's only a few, like there's so few major occultists born the year that you're born. He's one of them. We got my year, it's him, Justin Sledge. The year before us, we got Jason Louv. There's like only so many of that 79 to 85 period. There's only a few of us out there between that, in that 79 to 85 zillennial, half, or we're Xers mostly, but some of us are more millennial, depending on sociological practice standards. Yeah, Yeah, David Sillars, appreciate you and think, yeah, it's sad. It's sad, man. Born 77, true, pure Gen X. None of this internet nonsense. Wow, I'm one of his members, but hadn't checked in a couple weeks. What happened? Was he in Peru when he passed? Yes, he was. I'm shocked, and we will really miss him. Yeah, well, you're welcome. Very sorry for your loss, because yeah, you lost a very interesting and yeah.
I don't like jolly conqueror energy.
You know.
Right, like the Jupiter serves to make Mars very confident about doing attacks and waging war. But again, there's this weird South Node shadow over it, and so that's in November, and then Mars goes into Virgo, and there's a square with Uranus. I don't want to talk about that too much right now, but anyway, it seems to like mellow out ish by the end once we get into December. But then we've got the whole Mars retrograde.
Oh, hey, Apocalypsis Historia. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, that's cool that you saw him, got to meet him. Sorry that I won't get to. Higher Side Chats. I hear that name so much, but I don't know it. I don't know it. Maybe I do know it. Maybe they even reached out and I didn't respond. I'm bad. I get yeah. I think it's hard to know when there's a good right. Yeah, Higher Side Chats. I don't know if I was invited on that. Because there's AI agents now, I'm getting like a lot of proposals and a lot of requests, and the emails all look like they're written the same. So I just tune out. I just tune out. If people don't want to try to reach me on multiple platforms, then I kind of just have to ignore it, because it's like, it just feels like it's just this conveyor belt, and I don't want to be part of a conveyor belt. I don't have time. Got laundry to do.
And Mars is not only going to
For real
the conjunction with the eclipse, coincide with an eclipse, but then Mars will, about half of the Mars retrograde is back in Leo with Jupiter and with the South Node again. And so they're like the end of the year has this very particular Mars Jupiter South Node signature, which still thinking.
I'll search my emails for Higher Side Chat to see if they did reach out, because I don't know them, but I think that anyway, I did do I rarely guest on other people's podcasts, as you know. I did do one the other day, and it'll be out like June 1st, and it's called The Paranoid American, and it's a Freemason guy who previously was a professional animator in Hollywood. So he's down in California, and he worked at a studio for a long time, and now he puts his knowledge to doing this podcast. And Ike was on it. Excellent episode with Ike Baker on Paranoid American. Ike really, really knocked that one out of the park. And I hope I did a good job talking about whatever I talked about on Paranoid American. So I'll check out Higher Side Chats and maybe shoot them a message, since you guys recommend them. Yeah, may his soul find passage. Absolutely. I feel like, yeah, I don't think it's appropriate to talk about stuff like that today. Today we just drink to his honor and his memory. Yeah, maybe. I'll talk to you guys soon. I'm sorry for I finally got all the data I need to launch the poster and flyer campaign around Austin and finish up some promo and website. And I have so much to do, but we're just taking a minute. We're saying fuck the world, and we're remembering Gordon White.
True. I'd like to get some more precedents for that. We'll be able to talk about that in more detail in H2. But yeah, a lot of Mars moments.
Yeah, this is the 2026 is a Mars year. Like, he's going to be man of the match when you think about it. I mean, there are bigger events. It's funny to say it like that. because there are more portentous space changes like Neptune and even to some extent Uranus and whatever. But when you think about the amount of stuff, who's doing the most in 2026? It's Mars. Yeah.
Well, and what's significant is that Saturn and Neptune and their big conjunction and co-presence in Aries, it's a Mars ruled sign. So they're looking to Mars,
yeah.
right? Like they're responding to the dreams and the realities, and the space between are both of a martial nature, right? Like what can be achieved, what harms can be prevented. Like, oh, we need to move really fast and harshly to make this dream real. Like it's all framed within the vernacular of Mars.
And the square is in August, isn't it? The Mars Saturn square, you said.
Yeah. And that's, I'm not sure exactly how to articulate. Well, it's Mars Saturn, right? So it just has the Mars Saturn harshness, but it's also the two in their signs that they kind of fuck up the most in, right? They're both in their fall, where Mars has particular difficulties knowing how to asserting effectively and appropriately in Cancer, and Saturn very often lacks the patience and sobriety necessary for good Saturning and solemn judgment when it's in like fast, kinetic, youthful Aries. And so it's the same. Yeah. It's the same harshness, but both at a bad moment.
Yeah, that's the next cluster of panic cycles. So there's the same. They cluster around the war signature march, let's say, in Armstrong's model, and the next cluster, particularly in Europe and current.
I'll respond to these questions because they're good ones. Higher side chats. It keeps coming recommended, and I don't think I've seen any of it. But I think the reason it stands out is because I have maybe emailed with them. That happens a lot. It's happened with even you guys. Apocalypsis Historia, right? I think so. Wait, maybe I'm confusing you with a different one. Anyway, it does happen. You get into the internet life, and then things pick up steam, and it's easy to lose track of things. So I'll that's why it's great. It really does help when people are like, hey, check this out. You should do this. It's very helpful to guide our focus. Hopefully his YouTube videos are preserved along with his blog. Yeah, if he's got a blog out there, I mean, team up with whoever's in his community, reach out to his husband, his partner, James. Try and see what you can do. Volunteering to help out with that stuff can be very helpful in a time of grief to, because if it's just about saving and archiving stuff, you can also download his videos from YouTube. Just get the share link and go to like downloader. There's download things you get. Like this video is downloaded from YouTube at 390p or whatever, and you just take the YouTube URL link, paste it into a downloader site, and it pumps out a 390 resolution version that you can then upload and play easily without streaming issues, because there can be issues with quality when you stream. So anyway, go. So if you can do that, you can save his stuff, put it in files, put it in zip drives, just get it out there. Talk to his James, talk to his people. He's definitely got people. I mean, he was a big presence in the occult world, and I'm sure people will be happy to help collaborate too. Talk to Scarlet Imprint, talk to them as well. I'm sure they'd be happy to help set up some sort of thing like archiving. We all know how temporary the internet is. It's not forever. In fact, it's very short-lived. Everything I did from 2002 to 2008 on the internet, novels, plays, music, it's all gone. You can't find any of it. There's not. I worked as a rock journalist for 3 years. You can't find a single article I wrote online since Rolling Stone bought the company I worked for. They erased everything, all the video interviews with bands I did, talking, covering Metric, Lazarus AD, wild stuff like Switchfoot. it's all gone. Like just all traces of the fact that I worked as a journalist in the late 90s as a teenager, and then again in my early 30s. It's just gone. It's completely gone. The internet is very temporary and brief. The stuff on it is here that is short-lived. If you like stuff, save it, create archives with friends and networks, because it will be gone tomorrow and it will be as if it never existed. Download it, baby. Hack the planet. Oh, that's a meme. I'm getting that meme.
Is in August. So you look at them and go, well, is that the reality of, oh, we're definitely doing this war?
Well, and another thing that happens in like while Mars and Saturn are doing that square in their signs of fall, we get our first eclipse in Leo toward like mid-August. And so that like that that's two different things, the Mars Saturn and the eclipses, but they also coincide. First eclipse in Leo, it's at the end of Leo. And so that's moving like that is moving the eclipse shadow into this new sign. And it is interesting that it is at the end of Leo where we have all of that Mars Jupiter K2 stuff. Right. It's in the place marked by the solar eclipse. I don't like making, as we say, grand historical stuff too much about any one person's chart, but it is worth noting that Donald Trump has the ascendant and Mars at the end of Leo. And that
I was just going to say from memory, because you know better than I do, there's a lot of Leo in that chart. Like you wouldn't want his chart for the second half.
No, not for that solar eclipse, and not for the Mars Jupiter K2 there, which then recurs again. Yeah, like that's not the chart you would want to have, and it is also not, if I were functionally a king or my culture's version of a king role, like a president, I would not want a solar eclipse on my ascendant.
No.
You know, the solar eclipses are historically, associated with the removal of people in kingship positions. As I was doing research on general things over the last couple of weeks, I stumbled across a couple charts that were kings, or one a French king and one a czar.
We had the No Kings protests in Canada, but here everyone was like, wait, is everyone mad at Prince Charles for? Or King Charles? Sorry, King. Because we have a king. That was so funny. And then they had to like remake all the posters next time to say no tyrants. Because Britain was like, wait, you're protesting? Anyway,
that were both born right next to solar eclipses. One of them was the French king Charles VIII, who famously invaded Italy in 1495, 97, and began the Italian Wars. But more famous, or less famously, bumped his head going down the stairs and fell over dead at 27. And he was born like.
King Charles was like, what? Why is Canada protesting me? It's not my fault my son is a ginger scamp who ran off with an actress. Oh my.
He was born like 20 hours after a total solar eclipse. And I was like, not good for a king. And then as I was checking Russian history stuff, I was looking at the assassination of Tsar Alexander II. And he too was born. He was born leading into a solar eclipse with the sun exactly conjunct the dragon's tail. And again, not only was assassinated, but as I was reading the history, that was like the 11th assassination attempt. And so anyway, like whether it is bumps on the head, or anarchists trying to blow you up, if you are a king, solar eclipses on your ascendant are not your friend.
Yeah. He's not a healthy man. And so it's the list of things that could eclipse him out grows, right? It's
Well,
can
so
be
the
can
what's
die,
funny,
can
what is an interesting sort of historical parallel, but is not a prediction, is Charles the Eighth. Well, I looked at the chart of when he bumped his head, and it was a Sun Saturn conjunction in Aries. And I was like, oh, we're gonna have some of those the next couple of years. I wonder if anybody important will bump their head. He's literally just like going down the stairs too fast and donked his head on the door frame, and then was just done.
Oh. It's last year's conference, immediately after the election, looking at the arrays, that he thinks Trump gets about 2 years. But he said it in the context of to fulfill whatever it is he's trying to do. But it looked like it's one of those things that, well, 2 years is almost up. TikTok, it actually will be, and we're heading into some very interesting space weather. So,
well, and it's something like that addresses something larger that I think is relevant, which is with this Saturn, Neptune, and Aries years. It is about as bad a condition as Saturn can be in, and so Saturn gives harshness of order, right? It is the extremity of order, which is a malefic, right? But we need some harshness of order to keep things from being a circus nightmare. And so just from a technical perspective here, Saturn is minimally capable of creating order, which is good if you don't want, if you fear like a long last.
Very sorry for your loss is what I'm saying. I know I was muted there. My name is James too. Lost your husband of 33 years. Brutal, man. Brutal. Very sorry.
Order being imposed on you, but like the attempt to impose like the big plan, whoever and whatever faction or person we're talking about, is very poor. Like Saturn is not supporting. Saturn is basically Saturn is out to lunch with Neptune, and letting his 8-year-old grandson run things for a couple of years. It is a lot of stupid things are possible.
Yeah,
that are not
that
usually
certainly looks
possible.
like the law and order policy continuing and escalating in a insane direction. Yeah,
Welcome to the party, pal.
Cool. All right. Anything else, particularly about H2? Anything else to leave people? We did, and it's I think we'll go with it. The sponsor meme or the meme that we're refuging under is from, well, it's the Ron Burgundy meme that escalated quickly, right? So it's the Anchorman meme, which is pretty much the step change jump energy as we move into like late February for that crazy few months is what I want people, like, kinetically, if you're trying to feel the first half of 2026, think of that meme that escalated quickly.
Yeah, and the way the first half of the year is shaped, I think there creates a pretty practical shape where first month, get things.
And this is one of the things that I like about Gordon White. Whenever people would, over the last 6 years, would recommend his videos to me and I watched them or listened to them, because in the early days it was just audio. The sense of humor, man. Like, anyone else feel me? Like, it's nice, right? We need the humor. We need the perspicacity, the self-awareness. Gordon seems like he was self-aware. I'm aware of some of the criticisms or whatever, but like, definitely seems like the kind of guy you'd want to sit down and talk magic with. And again, I do look for, I'm going to do his premium membership thing before it disappears and do his sigil courses or whatever he has. I'm gonna plow. I'll go through it. Hopefully it's up there for the next few months. It doesn't come down right away. I don't know what his partner James is gonna do, but hopefully we can get the word out that, like, hey, can you keep his thing alive? Maybe Scarlet Imprint could take it over, since obviously they'll have an ongoing relationship with his partner to transfer royalties and such. Maybe they could take over his archive. And if any of you, there's over 50 people watching. I don't think I've had that many viewers, even when I had some big guests on. So it's nice. It is nice. What you said was mourning together is nice. It's nice to bear witness to the passing of someone who took their life seriously. In fact, so seriously that they were willing to take higher risks than most people are to have a certain experience, to go into the depths and bringing back some secrets or gems to share with the community and enrich our lives from his experiences. And he gave his life for that. He really did. Talk about putting your money where your mouth is, living and dying for the work of life, for the work of being grateful to enjoy this life. Yeah. You definitely burn bright at the end.
Together, right? Because it's going to be a bit of a ride. But there is some space to think through some things and then to set them down in a pattern you would like to continue. And then the last portion, like second half of May in through almost all of June, is really quite nice. And so that's useful as oh my God, when is this over? Or like, oh my God, like it's just been thing after another. Is that just how the things are this year? Is that how life is? Like there's a pretty cushy landing space during the last portion of H1. But the middle is very crazy making, alternately crazy making and brutal.
Yeah. Well, forewarned. But as you say, like if this is a thing that we're going to do, and there's quite a good window at the end, and also a really nice opportunity at the beginning to do that visioning and planning. So I think, if we're going to go through 2026, and we are, it's pretty sweet. It's a pretty sweet setup to ride the ride.
Yeah, I think it could be a lot less workable. Like we could not have a sweet spot during the end of H1. We could just go right into more crazy bullshit.
Very true. All right. Speaking of crazy bullshit, what have you got going on for 26?
All right. I'm teaching classes like I always am. I'll be doing another
Shit. Sorry, guys. Yes, you need a sense of humor. I cried lots earlier when I put the screen on full so you couldn't see me. Sorry about the mute. My bad.
Enrollment into my Fundamentals of Astrology program. And let's say mid-January might be, let's say mid-January. The way to keep track of that, as well as to participate in it, is to sign up for my mailing list. I don't put it all over social media. There is, There are just newsletters that go out, tell you when the enrollment is, and then the enrollment itself. With Sphere and Sundry, we made a bunch of stuff. There are a couple really nice pockets of time recently. So we made a bunch of good stuff. More of that will be rolling out throughout H1. We just came out with a Jupiter in Cancer series that I'm extremely happy with. I think you would like it in particular, Gordon. It's the full moon in Aries feeding Jupiter in Cancer everything. It has a lot of juice. It's surprisingly balanced sattvic, sort of full battery energy rather than manic juice, but it's a lot of juice. Really happy with that series. We called it the Sublime Dynamo.
Very cool.
And then, yeah, so stay tuned there. You know, a note about the Sphere and Sundry project is, as of that Jupiter series, we have now done every planet in both of the signs that it rules, as well as its sign of exaltation, except for Saturn in Libra.
Wow.
Which we have to wait another 15 years for. We did some work with that back in 2014, but that was not 2014, sorry, that was 2012. But we didn't make enough for anybody else. So it's kind of an exciting almost there. And we have, because it's Saturn, we have to wait for another 15 years to get like literally the last bit. So
very cool.
It's like a
very cool
maturity for the project.
Awesome. Well, all right. We did it. End of 2025, beginning of 2026. Thank you so much. And
yeah, I'm definitely going to actually check out the Sphere and Sundry offering. I have you have their Cloud King. I had one, the Grand one. I think it was the Grand thing. Maybe it was the thing before that. But I got a spray bottle of the ointment, and I used it before all my ritual work, or all my big ritual work, not my daily stuff, but my big ritual work. And it was nice. It was very nice. I now I make a lot of that stuff, but I also still like to occasionally get, you know, a talisman that I didn't make, or, you know, especially from competent practitioners. A lot of people I know who get things like Sphere and Sundry or buy talismans, they don't really approach it the right way. They don't approach it as if it's a magical act they're participating in. But I recommend you approach it like you're participating in the magical act. So that's not just using the prayers and invocations and repeating even some of the work maybe that went into it, especially with certain talismanic practices. But, you know, include yourself in the egregore of the talisman or spray or oil or whatever it is that you are purchasing. Become a part of that spirit, and you'll get more out of it. Because I know a lot of people are like, oh, I bought all the things and I don't know what to do with them. It's like, I feel for you. It's sort of not the right way to approach that stuff. You want to be a bit more intentional with it. And I know everyone loves to talk about intention, right? Intention. It's all about intention. No, I'm kidding. I'm just talking shit. All right. Oh, shit. I went to the very end.
The beginning to
Sphere and Sundry. We made a bunch of stuff. There are a couple really nice pockets of time recently. So we made a bunch of good stuff. More of that will be rolling out throughout H1. We just came out with a Jupiter in Cancer series that I'm extremely happy with. I think you would like it in particular, Gordon. It's the full moon in Aries feeding Jupiter in Cancer everything. It has a lot of juice. It's surprisingly balanced sattvic, sort of full battery energy rather than manic juice, but it's a lot of juice.
See, it's interesting. I think about that. I'm like, well, what would happen if I juiced up my Cancer? That's my 4th house. Well, what do I have there? I have my Sun in Aquarius, Mars and Mercury conjunct in Aquarius in the 4th house. So juicing up my 4th house with Jupiter, which is in the cusp of my 11th, 12th, conjunct Saturn in my 12th, distinctly. could be interesting. You know what I mean? So like when I think about buying these things, I'm like, do I want that impact? Do I want that impact? Because you're not just getting the thing and then putting it on or using it, you're participating in that reality. Do I want to participate in that reality given my astrological makeup is the question. I'll think about it.
Really happy with that series. We called it the Sublime Dynamo.
Very cool.
And then, yeah, so stay tuned there. You know, a note about the Sphere and Sundry project is, as of that Jupiter series, we have now done every planet in both of the signs that it rules, as well as its sign of exaltation, except for Saturn in Libra.
Wow.
Which we have to wait another 15 years for. We did some work with that back in 2014, but that was not 2014, sorry, that was 2012. But we didn't make enough for anybody else. So it's kind of an exciting almost there. And we have, because it's Saturn, we have to wait for another 15 years to get like literally the last bit. So
very cool.
It's like a
very cool
maturity for the project.
Awesome. Well, all right. We did it. End of 2025, beginning of 2026.
We did it.
Thank you so much. And happy Christmas, everyone, and good luck.
Take care.
This is the first time I heard his intro, outro music. I dig it. All right. That's all, folks. Rest in peace, Gordon White. I don't have any words. I think we'll end this stream as life ends in real life, like The Sopranos. You know, you think it's going to continue, but then